Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. Norton Show. It is March 28th, 2026. This is my first show back after using a new thumbnail and background. The biggest piece of news on my channel is that I've got a lot of views since I started using this new thumbnail and backgrounds. I've never had this much views on my channel before. I typically get a lot in the first day or two, the day I do a live stream, and then the following day, maybe the first 48 hours. But I've continuing since like my last stream 5 days ago. I've still been getting many views every day. So I think the new thumbnail and background is what's responsible for that. I don't know what else would be. So hopefully that continues today. I got a lot of new people come by the stream last time, and that was great. And we had a couple calls. I've got a call number on my background, 657-233-0878. So if anyone wants to call in to discuss or debate my views, I invite you to do that. I have them listed on some of them. I mean, there's a lot more than is listed on the background, but I just wanted to include some of the highlights, some things that I thought would provoke a response from people just scrolling on YouTube. So I've got two columns, a good and a bad column. In the bad column, I have Trump, leftism, theism, altruism, and faith. And then in the good column, I have Ayn Rand, capitalism, atheism, egoism, and reason. And as I mentioned, there's more I could put in each category. Like on the bad side, I could throw in collectivism or anti-abortion. On the good side, I could include individualism or pro-abortion or open immigration. That's another one. So there's a lot more to my views than is listed on the background, but I have limited space and I didn't want to overwhelm people with too much information at a time. So I just hit some of the high points, and hopefully that will interest some people. I see Leighton Preon is here. The first chatter of the day. Hello. And I have a Google Voice number. I already gave you the Google Voice. That's the one listed on my background. And I was having some trouble with it last time, but I think I fixed those problems. So I think today should go more smoothly. Robert called in last time just to test the Google number, and it worked fine at the beginning. But later in the show, when someone tried to call in on the Google Voice number, he couldn't get through. So I had him switch over to using Zoom instead of my Google Voice number, and then that worked. But I would like the Google Voice number to be the primary number for now. One reason being that there's no meeting ID you have to enter in addition to that 657 number. You just call that number and you're in. But with the Zoom number, you can either click a link or you can call a number. But if you call the number, then there's an additional meeting ID. So there's another step you have to go through. They have both the Google Voice and Zoom, they have their advantages and disadvantages, but I want to try out Google Voice for now. And if that doesn't work, I can get Zoom going again. and I'm confident I can take calls that way. That's how I've done it for most of the life of my live stream. Since I started streaming a little over a year ago, I've mostly been doing it on Zoom. But today, I'm not using Zoom at all. I don't even have Zoom open. And part of the reason for that is that I think it might create more drag on my computer system. Maybe if I have OBS is the streaming software I'm using now. I didn't used to use OBS, but I started using OBS maybe a month or so ago, and it definitely has some features to it that I like. But if I've got Zoom and OBS going at the same time, I might slow down my computer, and I've had some problems with buffering in the past. So I'm hoping that if I'm only using one of those softwares, just OBS or just Zoom, then maybe things will run smoother. The image of me is not as sharp for whatever reason. That the camera that is connected to OBS, it doesn't present as sharp an outline of me. So I don't know why that is compared to the Zoom. The Zoom camera is a little sharper, but I think more important than that is having a smooth stream that doesn't buffer. The audio is the most important part here. So I'm privileging that over higher quality video, but I think the video is good enough for my purposes here. So hopefully there won't be any buffering today. Last time my OBS actually crashed. Oh, looks like Nick is here. Hello. My stream went on for over 8 hours, and at the end of it, I was trying to troubleshoot Google Voice with someone, and the stream crashed in the middle of my sentence. So sorry about that. It was an abrupt kind of ending for anyone who was here. And I figured out how to avoid having it crash the stream on YouTube. There's a setting called auto stop. So if OBS crashes and I have auto stop turned on, then the stream on YouTube automatically stops. But I turned off auto stop for today so that even if OBS crashes, that's not going to kill the YouTube stream. YouTube is going to keep going. I have to manually stop that. It doesn't automatically stop. So if for some reason my OBS streaming software crashes, I'll just reboot it, and then I can continue with the stream. But hopefully I don't need to do that. Hopefully it never crashes. All right, so those are some technical things that I've been working on behind the scenes to make things run smoother. Objective Ethics is also here. Hello to you. Good afternoon. So anyone can call that number 657-233-0878 0878, and we can talk about whatever. I'm very flexible in the topics that I discuss. As long as we keep it civil, it should be fine. And I'm primarily here to promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism. So that will be the theme, as it always is. But within that, there's a lot of flexibility. Prion says, if we think of a topic, I can call in. Okay. Yeah. Let me know if you think of a topic. Sometimes I like to screen a little what the topic is. So, I mean, you can just call in, and then I could screen the call after you've called in. That's one thing I can do with my Google Voice setup. I think I can screen a call so that people on YouTube only hear my side of the conversation. Although maybe it would be best to turn off that as well and I just talk privately with the person for a minute just to get a feel for what topic they want to talk about before I let them on so that the YouTube audience can hear it. But we can also try to work that out just in the chat. So you can let me know in the chat if there's something you want to talk about, and maybe we can come up with a good idea. So a little reading update. Since the last stream, I've been continuing to read about Iran. I talked about that in the last show. Someone actually did a super chat. And that reminds me, I want to set up a super chat goal for today because I do want to make this a financially self-sustaining venture. So I'm going to shift over to my chat screen. Oh, that's another thing. When I don't know why, but when I shift between various scenes in OBS, sometimes my camera, I appear in the middle, and sometimes I appear on the right. So I created 2 background slides for the cases where the camera displays me towards the right so that you can still see the background's content, the text. All right, so I was in the chat here, and I just clicked on this goal. Oh, let me change this to live chat. And set up a super chat goal. I'll make it 5 super chats of any amounts in the next 3 hours. So if you all want to support my work of promoting Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, you can make a financial contribution. If you value this, then you can do a super chat or a super sticker, and I will count either of those towards the goal. Although if you want to see this number go up from 0 out of 5 to 1 out of 5, 2 out of 5, etc., it'll have to be a super chat. YouTube only counts those towards this goal. Although I will count either. But you can just do a super chat and leave it blank if you don't have anything to say if you want to see this number go up. And I'll give priority to super chats to incentivize them. Oh, Simon is here. Hello. Prion says it is perfectly fine to just completely and summarily replace their entire leadership hierarchy and install your own. Are you talking about Iran there? That reminds me, I was giving you a little reading update. In the last show, I was talking about my reading about Iran some. Not the current war, but the era during which the Shah was in power before the Iranian Revolution. So in the 20th century, that's the era I was reading about. And I finished the article on the Shah who died, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. He died in 1980. And then just yesterday and earlier today, I started reading about Khomeini, who was the supreme leader, so-called, who took over after the Shah in 1979. So that's the era of Iran that I've continued to study in between last stream and this stream. Prion says, also, I endorse boots on the ground. All right. So that's one topic we could get into, the war in Iran, which I haven't followed it very closely. I listen to Yaron Brooks' show. He's a objectivist podcaster, for anyone who doesn't know, and he covers the war very often, sometimes on a daily basis. And sometimes I tune into his show. So, someone just did a super chat. Thank you. So that's most of how I've kept up with what's going on in the war, but let me see what this super chat says. Oh, thank you, Florida Nick. He asks, do you have any more to say about the Afro-Man trial? Well, not off the top of my head, because I haven't followed that since the last stream. So you asked a super chat in the last stream about the Afro-Man trial, and I didn't know who Afro-Man was. I think I saw his name once on social media, but I didn't follow up on that and look into who the name referred to. But during the last stream, I looked into it, as you know, and I read the Wikipedia article on him, and I said that it seems right that the jury decided in his favor, that he did not do anything wrong, or at least nothing legally punishable, so that he won the case, and that seemed like the right verdict to me. But I haven't looked into it since then. I did listen to the song, though. I looked up the actual music video, Lemon Pound Cake. I watched that. That was humorous. But yeah, I don't know that I have more to say about that. But I guess if you have a specific question about that, maybe that would prompt some more thoughts from me. So for anyone who doesn't know, Afro-Man, he's a singer / rapper, and his house was broken into because they thought, I forget what the issue was, if they thought he had drugs or something else maybe. But I guess it turned out they didn't find anything, and maybe he argued that they didn't have good justification for breaking in the first place. The complaint of the police officers who broke into his house, they kicked the door down, I think, is that they were defamed, ridiculed, mocked, humiliated in the way they were portrayed in this music video. One of the officers, after he's broken in, he sees a lemon pound cake on the kitchen table or something, and he's got his gun out, but he pauses and it looks like he's interested in that lemon pound cake. And so Afro-Man, he later made this song Lemon Pound Cake, which makes fun of this guy, this officer, for being distracted during his duty by the sight of this lemon pound cake. And I guess that's at least part of what the officers complained about in their lawsuit. They thought it was defamation. He was making them look bad. But Afro-Man was, I guess his position was that this was just a use of his free speech, a justifiable use of free speech. And that seemed right to me. These are law enforcement officers, and I don't think they have a reasonable expectation of privacy. I think their official acts as officers, I think, can be recorded, and they wear body cams sometimes. So, and Afro-Man is transforming the content. He's not just not that the police were trying to monetize this content anyway. So he had a security system with, I guess he had a security camera set up, and I don't know if the officers were aware of that. But anyways, he used this this security camera footage in the music video. And there's a little section that shows this officer looking at the lemon pound cake. And that's really the main focus of that music video, is the looking at the pound cake. So it's not like there was video footage that belonged to the officers, and then Afro Man stole that footage to use it for his own purposes. It was his footage. I mean, it was coming from his camera. So I guess he has a right to use it as he chooses, as long as he's not violating other people's rights in doing that. And I think if it's recording the acts of police breaking into his house, I don't see why that would violate their rights. Nick says, I haven't been able to listen to the entirety of your last shows. Well, did you at least hear the section where I talked about your super chat question? I hope you heard at least that part. And I linked that, actually. I think I put a link in the description of the last video to the section where I discussed that. You say, Afro Man also made the song, Will You Help Me Repair My Door? Okay, I haven't seen that one. Maybe I'll check that out later. Here's my browser window. I can show you where... That's my YouTube studio. I can show you... Welcome to the Dan Norton Show. I don't know if you heard that audio. I didn't have the stream muted. Let's see. So if you just go to the live tab and click on my last show, I also have it in the title here. Afro Man. So if you go into the description, was that the last show? Yeah, it was. It was the last show, right? Yeah. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I just need to search. Oh, yeah, here it is. At 104.10. Any thoughts or comments behind the Afro Man trial? That was where I addressed your super chat. Yes, I did hear that part, but I haven't listened to the last few hours of the show. Okay. Well, I don't think I came back to it later in the show, so I think there was only one part where I addressed the Afro Man trial. And I didn't have time to re-listen to the entire show, so I got up to about 4 hours, a little after 4 hours. So I was able to complete the description up to that point, but as I say here, the description is sketchier after this point because I didn't have time to re-listen to it past that point. So there were some more topics that came up later in the stream, which I indicated here, but I don't have timestamps for them. And there might be other topics here. And maybe I would revise how I present these topics here if I re-listen to it. But I have limited time, so that's all I was able to do since the last stream as far as updating this description. Okay. So I guess I'll go to some other chats now. See some more chats about Iran from Leighton Preon. Just taking a look at my analytics here, make sure everything looks okay. Yeah. I had a big troll attack last time. I'm guessing because of the thumbnail. A lot of new people came by, many of which were trolls. We'll see if that happens again today. Because I have basically the same title, same thumbnail, same background. So, same cause, same effect. We'll see if that brings a bunch of trolls. Although, I guess if they learned from the last time what my show is about, then maybe they'll be less likely to come by this time. They didn't have much success in derailing me. They did take up some time. But actually, I had an idea. I thought this time... So I didn't have time to go through and block all the trolls. I still might do that because they show up in my chat, in the live chat replay. And maybe if I get time, I'll go through and block them. But I haven't had time to do that yet. But I was thinking if they come back, then maybe I can just time them out instead of block them. And that way, it's not a permanent block. Blocking is more serious than just a timeout, right? But I want to make sure I don't make a mistake and block someone accidentally that I don't really think deserves it. But a timeout is a lesser penalty. So I guess that's a way of getting rid of most of the troll content without permanently blocking someone. I mean, I can unblock someone also, but so even blocking is not permanent, but I lose all the messages, so I can't see the reason that I would have blocked someone if I blocked them. So if I want to preserve the content, I think I need to just time someone out, and then I can review the content later and see if it deserves a block, and then block them or not block them later. All right, but hopefully we have good content today, not trolls. All right, I think I want to open the chat in a different window. So that it appears wider on my end. And then I'm going to look at some of Preon's chats. I don't know how to make this. Oh, actually, I have an idea. Okay, I'm going to change the size of this chat. I don't know if that's going to make it look different on your end. I don't think so. Okay. Hopefully this works. All right, so let's see. Prion says, to be honest, I'm not even talking about Iran. I'm just talking about war policy in general. And I think this was your first comment was about the war, was that it's perfectly fine to just completely and summarily replace their entire leadership hierarchy and install your own. Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. If they're a terrorist country, regime, and they've been attacking you, I think it's entirely within your rights to completely destroy them and put your own leadership in place. That's a self-interested, egoistic thing to do. It could be, at least. It's not necessarily the best choice. I mean, maybe it's better to have someone else, like the Iranian people, who are pro-freedom and who have been demonstrating against the theocratic government. You might think it's better for them to take over rather than install Americans, for instance. But at least I think it would be within your rights to install Americans, but it's not necessarily the best option. Also, you endorse boots on the ground. Well, I hope it doesn't cost American lives or more American lives. Some have already died. I think not that, only maybe a dozen or so, 13. I think I might have heard 13 died. 12 or 13 was the last I heard, and that's bad. Any number is bad. And I hope more don't need to die in this war. I hope it can be done by airstrikes and drones. But I don't know that you need boots on the ground. Harry Benswanger, an objectivist philosopher, he mentioned dropping guns or weapons onto the pro-freedom population to help arm them against the theocratic Iranian regime. That would be a way of avoiding boots on the grounds. I wonder why you endorse it. Do you think that would be necessary for some goal? And I hope there is regime change. I mean, this regime does not deserve to exist. I hope they don't stop short of regime change and just delay the reemergence of a nuclear threat or other threats and just kick the can down the road so that they have to do something like this again in a few years or decades. Just get rid of it now. I should have been gotten rid of decades ago. I think back in 1979 when it first came in power. Oh, Stephen is here. Hello. And Godspeed is here. Hello. And a new person, John Finch. Hello to you. Thanks for the likes on the stream, by the way. I see we're up to 4 likes now. That can help my stream and the algorithm. Thanks for any new subscribers. I picked up a record number of new subscribers during my last live stream. That was great. John says, nice stream, by the way. Thank you. I appreciate it. So one thing that became more clear to me since I was reading about Iran's history over the last week is about the hostage crisis. So in November of 1979, the American embassy, the people there were taken hostage. And what were they being held hostage for? Like in exchange for what? What was Khomeini, the Ayatollah Khomeini? I guess he was the leader at this time, and he said, "We'll return the hostages if what? Do any of you know? I'm curious if you know." Because I didn't know this until recently. I mean, maybe I could have figured it out if I thought about it some, but it wasn't at the forefront of my mind. It's more clear now. Although the answer, I think, may just be not the real answer, but at least the nominal answer, the alleged reason that the Americans were being held hostage. Do any of you know what the alleged reason for that was? I'm curious. I guess the idea was we're holding these people hostage until what? Until what happens? Do you know what it was? All right. We might have a troll here. BG Man asks if I'm Jewish. And that might be a troll question. Someone asked me in the last stream if I'm Jewish. I don't know if that was you. But I said, why does it matter? Why are you asking that? I think there's a lot of anti-Semitism in the world, so you might be an anti-Semite. I don't know. But why does it matter whether I'm Jewish? If I have a good reason to answer that, I might answer it. But right now, I don't see a good reason. Oh yeah, John Finch got it. He says to return the Shah. Yeah, so the Ayatollah, he said that so the Shah, he had cancer, and he went to the United States to get treatment, and the Ayatollah didn't like the Shah. He thought he was, at least partly because he was promoting a anti-Islamic kind of Iran. He was modernizing Iran, like he was giving women the right to vote. And that's not good according to Islamic law, I guess. You got to keep women in subordinate. And for that, and maybe other reasons, that the Ayatollah thought the Shah was anti-Islamic in the kind of reforms he was trying to pass in the White Revolution, it was called. I think that started in 1963. And I read that it was called the White Revolution because it was a bloodless revolution. The Shah put forth various reforms, such as allowing women the votes, which Ayatollah Khomeini thought were anti-Islamic. And so Ayatollah was anti the Shah, so he didn't want the United States harboring the Shah, and he wanted the Shah extradited back to Iran, I guess, so he could kill him or punish him somehow, make him face justice as the Ayatollah deemed fit, maybe according to Sharia law. And so hostages were taken until the Shah was returned to Iran. At least that was the alleged reason of taking the hostages that I heard about on, I think it was a Mike Wallace interview. I guess this was done in late November of 1979. Mike Wallace on 60 Minutes, he did an interview with Ayatollah Khomeini. And in that interview, Khomeini says, through a translator, that Carter just has to, extradite the Shah back to Iran, and then that's all we're asking for, and then we'll release the hostages. However, is that really the reason, or is it just that the Ayatollah was anti-American? Now, a reason you might think the reason wasn't just that they had the Shah is that the Shah left the U.S. in December of 79. So I think he arrived in either late October 79 or early November of 79. And then the hostages were taken November 4th of 79. But the Shah, he left the U.S., I think it was December 15th of 79. So he was only in the U.S. for less than 2 months. And then he went to get treatment somewhere else. I think he might have gone next to Morocco, and then eventually Egypt. He eventually died in Egypt in July of 1980. But the hostages were still being held. So, was that really the reason that they needed to extradite the Shah? Even after the Shah was no longer in the United States, he was in Morocco or Egypt or Panama at one point. I don't know if that was before or after he was in the U.S. But for several months after he had left the U.S., he was in other countries, not the U.S., but the hostages were still being held for over a year, 444 days, until Reagan was inaugurated in January of 1981. So you might think, well, it wasn't really about the Shah, or at least not entirely about the Shah being held in the U.S. It was more just the Ayatollah was anti-American. So maybe that's what it was really about. And the Shah was something of a pretext. At least this is an idea that came to my mind. very recently. I was learning more about this people, and also they weren't just being held hostage; they were also being tortured, at least according to some accounts. I mean, I think the Ayatollah denies that, but can you trust a guy like that? I don't think so. So that might also give you reason to disbelieve what the Ayatollah says about the reasoning for holding the hostages. If they're going to the extent not only of having hostages but torturing them, then you might think there's something other than the stated reason. All right. Let me come back to the chat. Godspeed says, wow, can't be honest with what we think on here. Why do you say that? Did you try to submit a chat that got filtered out? Sometimes YouTube will filter out chats. It has an algorithm that filters out certain chats if it thinks they might be violating terms of service. So I don't know if that's what gave rise to that comment of yours. You say you're against Islam wholesale. Would you visit a Trump resort? That strikes me as a distasteful thing to do, so maybe not. I wouldn't want to support Trump financially by patronizing his businesses. At least if there are other options. Maybe if that's the only resort available and there's no other option, maybe I would stay there. But if I could help it, I think I would probably look for a different place to stay. BG says, that wasn't me last stream, and I'm not trolling. And Godspeed says, no, he's an objectivist. He's objectivist. He likes Ayn Rand. Are you talking about BG Man? Do you know your stream has about a 30-second delay? I know it has a delay. I didn't know it was 30 seconds. I think usually it's around 15 to 20 seconds. But sometimes it's longer. But I hope there's at least, it's not freezing or buffering, which it was doing last time. This time I'm not using Zoom. I don't have Zoom running right now. I just am using OBS for streaming. So I'm hoping that it's a smoother stream than it was before. Let me know if you all have noticed any buffering or freezing or choppiness in the audio or video. I'd be interested to know that. But so far, I haven't seen anyone mention experiencing those things. So that's good. So maybe my new setup is working better. I also have it set again to 30 frames per second. Last time is the first time I did that. Before I was doing 60 frames per second. But maybe if it's 30 frames per second, there's less data that has to be handled. So that might also be helping with avoiding buffering or choppiness. You say there's no lag, but with less delay than if you ask your chat a question, you'll see the response sooner. Yeah, I don't know if there's any way to get less delay. You say, I believe you can remove all the delay in OBS or whichever streaming software you're using. Well, I don't think you can remove it entirely. I haven't looked into that much, but I think I've never heard of a way to entirely remove delay. But if it's just like a 15-second delay, that's fine. I mean, it's not a big deal. I guess, I mean, if there were a way to get rid of the delay, I'd do it, but I'm just not aware of how anyone can do that. I was thinking of maybe putting something about Islam on my thumbnail or backgrounds in the bad category. Maybe that would stimulate some more interest. All right, let me look at some more chats. Godspeed says, I'm against Islam for the same reason I'm against all faith-based Abrahamic religions. They are factually and morally wrong, not to mention backwards and barbaric. Well, anything based on faith is not good. I have faith on my background as something in the bad column, because faith means believing things without evidence. And it's never good to do that. So whether it's an Abrahamic religion or a non-Abrahamic religion, if it involves faith, that's not good. Islam equals submission, says Godspeed. Why does it matter if someone is Jewish? Asked John. Ethnicity matters, says BG Man. People are ethnocentric. People have identities. We aren't rational beings with identities based entirely on rational things. What do you mean by saying people are ethnocentric? Are all people ethnocentric? What does that mean, though? Some people care about... You say people have identities. Well, yeah, that's true. You say we aren't rational beings with identities based entirely on rational things. So we are rational beings who are partly based on non-rational things. Well, there are things like your hair color, your eye color, your skin color, which maybe you're counting those as non-rational things. And that's true. I mean, that's part of someone's identity. But why would the Jewish part matter? And what does the Jewish part mean? Does that mean culturally Jewish, like you were raised in a Jewish family? Or what if, someone can convert to Judaism, and then even if they weren't raised in a Jewish family, they would be Jewish in the sense that they've adopted Jewish beliefs. And maybe you can figure out I'm not Jewish in that sense if you know I'm a follower of Ayn Rand's philosophy, because she's an atheist. So I'm not Jewish in that sense of the beliefs I hold. So the only sense in which you might think I'm Jewish is like I come from a Jewish family. So is that what you're asking? But if just because you come from a certain family, like let's say you were raised in a Christian family, and then you deconvert and you become an atheist at some point, would you then say you're culturally Christian? What if you become an objectivist? You're not culturally an objectivist or ideologic, or you don't have like a family history in objectivism. Sorry, I think I'm misspeaking. Sometimes people talk about being a cultural Christian, or maybe that means they accept some of the ideas of Christianity, like maybe altruism, the ethics of it, but not the theology. They don't believe in God. If you come from a Christian family and you're raised religiously, maybe you started with both belief in God and belief in altruism, ethics of self-sacrifice. But if you then become an objectivist, you don't have either of those. You're not a cultural Christian or a theological Christian, you might call it. And maybe the same could apply to Judaism. Negotiating with terrorists, says John. Is that what Carter did? Instead of just going to war, I don't know what kind of negotiations, if any, he did with the Ayatollah. Does not seem like that matters much to me, says John. That is the ethnicity. I've actually given the answer in previous streams, not exactly to that question, but something that implies an answer. I mean, in knowing the history of someone, I think it can be interesting to know if they were raised religiously. If so, what type of religion. So just in terms of understanding someone's background, their development, I can see how it might be relevant to that. So I guess if you're asking from that point of view, I can see the relevance. Just understanding someone's history and development. And I've said in previous streams that I was not raised religiously. So maybe that answers your question. All right, haven't seen any new chats in about 10 minutes, but there's still some here that I haven't read. So I'm going to keep looking at these chats. And remember, I do have a phone line open if anyone wants to call in. Did I just lose my chat window? I refreshed one of my pages here and, oh no, it looks like it's still there. Okay. This just confirms my bias that jihadists cannot be bargained and cannot be reasoned with, says Godspeed. Do you mean what I was saying about the Ayatollah holding the hostages even after the Shah was no longer in the United States? Yes, it seems to be a massively important point in every society in history, says BG, and we are not yet fully rational beings who can say that seems rationally not needed, so let's ignore it. You mean ethnicity is what seems to be a massively important point in every society? Even if you and I are ultra Reddit experts, we both know not all of society is. I don't know if my cursor is showing up. Let's see if I highlight something like the comment I just read. I think maybe the highlight shows up, but not the pointer. Yeah, just the highlighting, but not the pointer. So you don't see my mouse moving around. Maybe that's good. Trump resorts probably aren't that good as compared to other places, says Nick. What do you make of the increased budget deficits to finance the unconstitutional war? Oh, I just see you put in a new chat, John, just as I was reading that about the same topic. And then you retracted it. Okay. There actually is a Trump resort that I've walked near. I don't know if I walked on it, but there's a golf course in Southern California, and you can walk past it down to the beach. It's close to the ocean, so I went down to the beach, and I might have parked in the parking lot of it. There's a park nearby. I don't know if it's like a state park or a county park, but it's at least very close to a Trump golf course. Maybe it's not a resort. I don't know if it's a resort and golf course or just a golf course, but there's at least a golf course. And I've been close to that, but I don't know if I actually put foot on it, because I think there might just be a path nearby the golf course going down to the beach, right next to the golf course. Okay, but you say what do you make of the increased budget deficits to finance the unconstitutional war? So I don't know. I haven't followed the news on that, but I did hear that $200 billion was being asked for to fund the war. Is that right? And I don't think it's good that it's unconstitutional. I think Congress should declare war. And I think there's good reason to declare war. So why doesn't it? Is Congress being cowardly? Better late than never, perhaps. Maybe, I guess the war, it should have been done from the beginning with congressional approval, but they could still declare war now, even though it's already the war is already going on. They could make it official by declaring war, and I think they should. And maybe it's weird that they would be passing or raising money to finance the war that they haven't declared. So it's strange, I guess, that they're not declaring war. Why aren't they declaring war? I think they have at least close to the amount of votes. I think you just need a simple majority over 50%. And the Republicans have a majority, I think, isn't it both houses? Senate and the House of Representatives? At least a small majority. And if the Republicans think this is a good war, then why don't they just vote on it? Jason is here. Hello. I don't know that there has been a declaration of war since World War II. So that means the Vietnam War wasn't declared, the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, the Gulf War in 91, I think. Although there is something else, temporary authorization, which I think Congress has passed. I'm not sure exactly what that is, but I think it's somehow different from a declaration of war. And there have been those things, I think, in the Iraq and or Afghanistan war. But I don't know that even that much has happened in this war. So maybe this war is even less declared, less authorized than previous post-World War II wars. I'm just wondering now, would it be better to not go to war at all rather than go to war in an undeclared way or an unconstitutional way? I'm not sure. Like, if it is an emergency, then I think the president does have powers to declare emergencies and go to war without congressional approval. I've heard that. But I don't know that Trump has cited an emergency as being the grounds on which he has gone to war. And there's been talk about whether there was an imminent threat from Iran. And in a way, that might seem like a absurd question, since they've already killed Americans or taken them hostage and maybe tortured them. Maybe it's too late to be wondering whether they pose an imminent threat. So that, I mean, you might think if they're a terrorist regime, they're always an imminent threat. And they've been a terrorist regime for decades, or a terrorism supporting regime. I guess there could still be degrees of how imminent. But if they've already killed Americans, like in the Beirut bombing in, I think, 1983, then it might seem strange to say they're just a threat, as opposed to they're already doing damage. They already have done damage. Okay, John says, the fiscal position of the U.S. is a disaster. How are we supposed to afford a war with this much debt? A sovereign debt crisis is looming. Well, I do think that you're right. The fiscal position is a disaster, or at least very bad. We have, I don't know how many trillions of dollars of debt and unfunded liabilities due to programs like Social Security and Medicare. but it's really bad. But you might think it's even worse if we don't fight this war, because if Iran gets a nuclear weapon and uses it to slaughter who knows how many hundreds or thousands of Americans, then that might be an even worse fate. So I don't know if there's any good outcomes here. There might just be a choice between lesser of evils. I mean, we should have overthrown the theocratic Iranian regime decades ago. But if we haven't done that, and we've allowed them to grow and fester and fund terrorism, then there might not be any good solutions, just finding the least bad one. And if we had a good strategy, maybe the war could have already been over by now. Like if we were more willing to take out civilian infrastructure. I was just listening today to the Yaron Brooks show, and he was saying how Trump was delaying attacking certain civilian infrastructure, like power plants or water plants. But if you attack those, then that might put more pressure on the Iranian regime, because maybe then the people will rise up and revolt sooner. If things get more dire and desperate for them, then maybe the war could end sooner. But if you delay causing them that kind of pain, then maybe the war will just drag on for who knows how long. Maybe you have to get more aggressive. And if you did that, then maybe you wouldn't need to raise more money to fund a war. You could just take out some of their key infrastructure, and then the people of Iran might rise up and turn on the regime. Okay. Let me just check my Google Voice, make sure no one has tried to call in. Okay, it doesn't look like it. Okay, John came in with another chat. He says, that seems like a reasonable point to me, but the cost being high is certain in the face of a fiscal mess. You mentioned Social Security and Medicare, but also consider the mortgages and bank deposits the government owes. Well, I mean, I don't think there's any way to avoid the fiscal mess entirely, but this war might just make it a little worse. Or maybe a lot worse, depending on how long it goes out, how long it drags on. But compared to the trillions and trillions of messiness that we're already in, this war relative to that maybe is pretty minor. Mortgages and bank deposits. I don't know what you mean by bank deposits the government owes. Now, mortgages, there are I don't know how much about how that works, but I know there's Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, and did they buy up mortgages? I don't know exactly how that works. I read a little about that in the past, but I think it's been years, so I'm not really familiar with those programs. But maybe that's the sort of thing you're referring to. Government-backed mortgages, maybe. And FDIC, Federal Deposit Insurance Corporations, maybe that's what you're talking about with bank deposits. The government has to back up those. Is that what you mean? Oh yeah, I see you just said in the chat the FDIC is on hook for every deposit in the US up to $250K. Yeah, that should be gotten rid of. We need a free market in banking so people aren't reliant on the government to bail out banks who make poor loans. You say the unfunded liabilities are gigantic. If interest rates go to 10%, then interest payments on the debt consume nearly all of tax revenues if it is refinanced at that rate. It is scary. Like if we have a situation like Greece, that's the country that comes to mind. Back in what was it, like a decade or two ago, there were riots in Greece because they ran out of money to pay their pension plans, I think, and then they had to get bailed out by Germany, I believe. Is this your first time in the chat, John? I think it might be your first time. I'm not sure I've seen you here before, but anyways, nice to have you here. But for big banks, you say it is even higher. If you are considered systematically important, then your deposit will be covered well over $250K. Yeah, the banks in the financial crisis, at least some of them were bailed out. There was the TARP program, right? Toxic Asset Relief Program. And I think a lot of banks, maybe all of, I don't know if all of them or some large banks, many were, they took funding from the government, even if they didn't need it. John Allison, who is, if you've been in the objectivist world for a while, you might know that name. He was the CEO of BB&T, Branch Banking and Trust, which was a chain of banks in the southeast of the U.S. And I think they were more careful about the kinds of lending they did. And I guess there was a housing bubble back around 2007, and banks were making lots of very risky, easy loans. And then I think a bunch of the people who took out those loans defaulted and weren't able to repay them back. And then maybe the assets from TARP were given to those banks to bail them out. I'm not sure, but maybe that's what happened. But some banks like BB&T, I don't think they needed it because they were more careful in the kinds of loans they made. Yet they were forced, or I don't know if forced, maybe that's too strong, somehow pressured to receive these funds, the bailout funds. And I think they paid it back as soon as they could, but they didn't want to take these assets from the government, yet they were pressured to somehow, I think. John Allison has written a book about this on the financial crisis, so maybe he talks more about it there. Nick says, there used to be a BB&T in my town. Now it's a Culver's. Yeah, so Florida Nick, he's part of the Southeast, so I guess it makes sense then that there would be a BB&T in town. But now it's Culver's. I wonder why that is. Is BB&T still in business? Did they get bought out by Culver's? Or I've never heard of Culver's. I don't know about the banking market. John says, yes, it is my first time here. Indeed. And yes, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac have an implicit guarantee. So the government is basically on the hook for their toxic loans. So I guess some government agency or agencies was promoting more housing, more home ownership. And I don't know who exactly or why. But I guess the government or some politicians were putting pressure on banks to make loans to increase home buying, home ownership. And they were forced to make risky loans, I guess, to people that banks normally wouldn't lend to. So maybe this was a altruistic kind of policy, allegedly helping the little guys who didn't have a shot at owning a home. The pressure was put on banks to ease up on their lending practices so that people who typically wouldn't be able to get loans now suddenly could. But then I guess maybe in order to make that happen, the Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac these government agencies had to guarantee those loans in case these risky borrowers defaulted. And then they did default. Is that what happens? I'm going to look up Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae. I forgot what those stand for. I used to know this, but it's been many years since I've studied that. Freddie Mac is the Federal Home Loan Mortgage Corporation. Federal Home Loan Mortgage Corporation. An American publicly traded government-sponsored enterprise headquartered in McLean, Virginia. It was created in 1970 to expand the secondary market for mortgages in the U.S. Let's see, can I share this? Maybe I'll just read a paragraph. Or actually, here, I know what I can do. I'm trying to get smooth at transitioning between different scenes here in OBS. Okay, so here's the Wikipedia page on Freddie Mac. I was just reading a little on it. It was created in 1970 to expand the secondary market for mortgages in the U.S., along with its sister organization, the Federal National Mortgage Association. That's what Fannie Mae is. Federal National Mortgage Association. Freddie Mac buys mortgages, pools them, and sells them as mortgage-backed security to private investors on the open market. On September 7th, 2008, Federal Housing Finance Agency Director James B. Lockhart announced he had put Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac under the conservatorship of the FHFA. The action has been described as one of the most sweeping government interventions in private financial markets in decades. Oh, now my cursor is showing up, it looks like. Yeah, why didn't that... oh, maybe... oh, I think I know how to make it show back up. Let me try something. On the chat. Oh, no, that's not going to work. All right, I'll have to figure that out later. Culver's is a fast food restaurant. I'm not sure why the BB&T closed, says Nick. Yes, that is part of what happened. Those mortgages were bought in the secondary market by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. I just briefly glanced at secondary market. I didn't really understand what that meant. Okay, maybe I'll look into that more later. Oh, Audrey is here. Hello. Thereby encouraging more of those risky loans. It essentially gives a massive subsidy for people to buy houses they cannot afford and thus would not receive in a free market. Nailed it, John, says Audrey. I need to get my water. Audrey, thank you for the sticker. Appreciate it. How's it going? It says. Going pretty well. Hoping to get a large number of people come by, although not trolls. You were here last time when we had a lot of trolls coming by. Haven't seen a troll wave yet, but maybe we'll see one later. Oh, the secondary market. By the way, that puts us at 2 out of 5. We've got 96 minutes left on the goal. And I count super chats as well as super stickers. So if we get 3 more, then we'll hit the goal. The secondary market, says John, is the market for loans that were previously made. Okay. I see. So someone makes a loan and then someone else buys that loan and then resells it to someone else. So how would that work? Let's say a bank makes a loan to a home buyer, and then the government, Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac, buys that loan from the bank. So now the home buyer owes the money to the government instead of the bank. Is that how it works? That's my first guess. So now if the home buyer defaults on the loan, then the government is the one who is defaulted on. They lost the money, and the tax, I guess, and the taxpayer is on the hook then for it, because the government doesn't produce money of its own and only gets money that it gets from the taxpayer, either immediately through taxes or by borrowing money, maybe in the form of bonds, which then it has to pay back later. But to get money to pay back, it has to ultimately depend on more taxes, right? Because it doesn't produce anything of its own. Or it could inflate the currency and just print money to cover its losses, but then it causes inflation, which reduces the purchasing power of people's money. So John says, exactly, mortgage-backed securities are bought in the secondary market. Mortgages that are bundled up, packaged, and sold, they owe to the new owner, which is Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac or whoever bought the debt. This sounds like it's reminding me of the student loan business, except there's maybe they've already gotten rid of the role of the banks, and it's normal now that when you get a student loan, you initially get it from the government. So the middleman has been cut out. Is that right? Does that sound right? It's because the government, again, is the lender. They're the one to whom the debt is owed. And that, I guess that's maybe that's why some politicians want to cancel student debt, because the alternative would be to, like, if they don't think the students can pay back their debt, then they would have to pay that money, or that means the taxpayer has to eat the loss. Oh, my chat window just crashed. All right, I refreshed it. All right. I haven't seen anyone mention choppiness or buffering or freezing. So that's good. Maybe my new setup is working. As I mentioned, I'm just using OBS today. I'm not using Zoom. And maybe that's helping avoid choppiness or freezing. But it didn't completely avoid my chat window crashing. I don't know if there's a way to avoid that. Audrey says stream is good. Okay. Good to hear. Thanks. Well, Fannie Mae and Mac are the middleman, but they are sponsored by the U.S. government, says John, and they have a charter. Okay. Well, when I said middlemen, I meant the private banks who made the loan to the home buyer. So if you cut them out of the picture, and it's no longer the private bank to whom the home buyer owes money, it's now the government in the form of Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac. That's what I meant, and the middleman is cut out. But maybe there's another sense in which Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac themselves are middlemen. Which I'm not appreciating yet. You say they are sponsored by the U.S. government. It's and they have a charter. Okay. So maybe they're less private than were private banks like Chase or Bank of America. But they're more private than just the government. Because you say they're sponsored by the U.S. government. Frederick is here. Hello. He says the loans are initiated by loan brokers and banks. They, Fannie and Freddie, buy the loans from banks, package the loans in sets of risk, and sell them. All right, I'm getting an education here today on the housing market. Just taking a look at my analytics here. They are not government agencies, but they have an implicit guarantee from them, says John. They are kind of hybrids. All right, and the new person pops into the chat and says hello. Hello to you. Let me take a quick look at your channel. Interesting. I don't see any videos on your channel, but I see your description says the mission of this channel is to inform on issues of philosophy, religion, economics, etc. Well, I certainly discuss a lot of that here on my channel. I haven't taken a look at John's channel yet. Let me take a look at John's channel. Oh, wow. You just joined today? It says you just created your account today. That's interesting. I think that's what trolls do a lot. When I block them, they have to, sometimes they try to get around the block by creating a new account. But I haven't seen anything that makes me think you're a troll yet. But I guess we'll see what happens. Valkist is here. Hello. I think I might have seen you here once before. That name sounds a little familiar. Have you been here before? I'm going to your channel now. Is that Russian? Looks like Russian language on your channel. You say opinion on Max Stirner. I haven't read Max Stirner. I've just heard some things about him. So what I know is secondhand. And my understanding is that he's a egoist in the bad kind of sense of egoism that Ayn Rand tried to distance her own view from, the conventional view of egoism or selfishness, that you trample on other people's rights. You're a kind of Nietzschean egoist. And Nietzsche himself also, I haven't read much of myself. I read some excerpts, I think, but mostly what I know about him is secondhand. But actually, maybe I can share a passage from Ayn Rand's book, The Virtue of Selfishness, that describes this conventional view. I think she even uses the term Nietzschean, the conventional view of egoism. In her introduction, I'm going to share it on the screen in a few seconds. After I find the paragraph. Okay, well, maybe there's more than one paragraph, but here's one. Let's see, that's on page 8. And there's, okay, yeah, page 12. That's the other. Okay. Let me go back to page 8. Can I make this any larger? Let's see if I just... yeah. That's better. This is from the introduction to her book, Ayn Rand's book, The Virtue of Selfishness. She says, in popular usage, the word selfishness is a synonym of evil. The image it conjures is of a murderous brute who tramples over piles of corpses to achieve his own ends, who cares for no living being and pursues nothing but the gratification of the mindless whims of any immediate moment. Now, from what I've heard about Stirner, that's the sort of selfishness or egoism that he promotes, which is very anti what Ayn Rand supports. And let me just find one other paragraph where Rand uses the term Nietzschean. Maybe I'll go a little before that. So on her view of selfishness, rational self-interest, being selfish or self-interested is not a license to do as he pleases. And it is not applicable to the altruist image of a selfish, quote, selfish brute, nor to any man motivated by irrational emotions, feelings, urges, wishes, or whims. And then the next paragraph is where she uses the term Nietzschean. This is said as a warning against the kind of Nietzschean egoists, in quotes, who in fact are a product of the altruist morality and represent the other side of the altruist coin. The men who believe that any action, regardless of its nature, is good if it is intended for one's own benefit. All right. I'm reading this a little bit out of context. I'm jumping around, but I wanted to just provide a little primary text here. So my understanding of Stirner is that he's the kind of irrational egoist, which Ayn Rand advocates against. Oh, he says, can I call in? Yeah, you can call in. Let me make sure. Let's see where's my where's my Google Voice? Oh, here it is. All right. Well, the lines are open, and I think it's going to work. I had some problems with my Google Voice line last time, but I think I fixed whatever problem it was having. So, and if it doesn't work, you can call in on Zoom. I'll give you a Zoom number or a Zoom link. But first, I want to try Google Voice. John Finch says, it was a pleasure, Dan. I may come back again sometime. All right. And you say, I see earlier, you say you created your YouTube account today and I saw your stream. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, thanks for your participation. I appreciate it. And maybe I'll see you again some later time. I guess it's possible. It could still be a troll though. Because what are the odds that someone found me on his first day on YouTube? You might think that it's more likely that he already knew about me. And YouTube, because what are the odds the YouTube algorithm would be trained to suggest my little channel to somebody on their first day on YouTube? But if they already knew about me when they were using some other account, then they could have gone straight to my channel on their first day on YouTube. So, and maybe adding to the possibility that that's what's going on here is that he has to leave all of a sudden right after I mentioned that I saw this was his first time on YouTube. Oh, I hear the phone call. The phone is ringing. All right, let me pick that up. Oh, I have to allow mic access. I thought I already did that. Gosh, this is the problem that was happening last time. Or one of the problems. I thought okay, let me... just hold on a second or a minute while I see if I can fix this. Again, if I can't figure this out fast, then I'll just give you a Zoom link. But I did encounter this same problem last time, and I was able to fix it, but I don't remember exactly how I fixed it. So just give me a minute here. Did you hear that ringing when he called? I'm scrolling back a little to see if I hear it. Just hold on a second or a minute while all of a sudden, right after the phone is ringing. Oh yeah. You could hear the ringing. Well, that's good. At least that was working. So the issue then is just why couldn't I... Why wasn't my mic recognized by Google Voice? See, last time I had to open audio settings and then I selected this mic that is already selected, which I think is the correct one. Settings. How much time do you have? I don't. If you have to go soon, I'll just give you the Zoom link now. But if you can hang on for a few minutes, I really want to get this Google Voice method to work. So if you have to go soon, well, I guess if you were about to call in, you probably don't have to go within a few minutes at least. But oh, now it's ringing again. I don't know if I'm going to be able to pick it up though, because I haven't changed any settings. But I'll try. Yeah, it says allow mic access. I hit accept, but when I do that, it says allow mic access, and it says go to help center. Let me try clicking on. You can leave a voicemail if you want, just to make sure that part of it works. Someone is able to leave a voice message last time. And I do want to remember to mute the call when you first come on until I talk to you for a few seconds. But I think I can do that later. Allow mic access. So I guess that's a Chrome setting because I'm using Chrome. Okay, I'm gonna search for that. How to allow mic access in Chrome. Go to settings, then privacy and security, site settings, then microphone. Okay. Settings, privacy and security, then site settings, then microphone. Okay, here's site settings. Here's microphone. It already has that Google Voice is allowed to use my microphone. So I don't know why it's not just picking up. All right, I want to try to call. I'm going to call from my own phone. And I don't know if that's going to make any difference, but I'm going to try it anyways. Voice settings. I tested this before the stream and it worked. So. Okay, so I think you hear my phone dialing in now and ringing, but probably it's going to still say allow mic access. Yeah. What if I change the mic here? Let me try that. Oh, I got a voicemail now. Is that from me or from him? Oh, that was from you. Okay. Here, let me mute this so that only I hear. The voicemail.
Oh, I have to allow mic access.
That's my voice, not his, but it has his number associated with it. All right, well, I think I'm just going to give you the Zoom link because I don't know how to fix this, and I don't want to spend too much time troubleshooting it. So let me start Zoom. Now, hopefully that doesn't create choppiness, but it might. But at least we can do a call that way. You know, calling in is another way I can find out who somebody is. Because then if I know their voice, like John Finch, who was in here before, if he calls in and I recognize his voice, then that's a way I can see if it's somebody who's trying to get around the block. All right, I just started Zoom. And let me paste the call-in info to the chat. Oh, I guess I'm going to have to also choose a different OBS scene. But first I'm going to paste the info in the chat. Oh, I forgot to end my Google Voice call. I think there's going to be a long voice message, but it just ended on its own. Okay. You say, oh. Nick and Audrey says they heard the ringing. Are you using earbuds? Well, I'm using my AirPods for the speaker, but the mic is the mic you can see here. The AirPods have their own built-in mic, but that's not the one I'm using because the quality is not as good. Audrey says maybe use Zoom calls for now. If you'd like, we can figure out the call issues after your show is over. Okay, yeah. If you're willing to stick around and help me troubleshoot that, Audrey, or anyone else, I definitely appreciate that. I don't know how long I'm going to stream today, but maybe after this call, unless I have other stuff to engage with, we could try to troubleshoot the Google Voice number. That's the one on my thumbnail. So if that's the number I'm advertising, then I really want to get that one to work. But at least we have Zoom as a backup. All right, so I just need to put in the new meeting ID before I post that. chat, in YouTube chat. Where is... Oh. Here we go. All right, so there's two ways you can call into Zoom. You can either click on the link, or you can dial a phone number followed by a meeting ID. Let me also pin that in the chat. And I'm going to switch over to my Zoom scene. Hopefully there's no interruption here. Just a second. Oh yeah, it even... Okay, someone has already called in. Okay. So I think we're ready to go here. And let me just make sure I have my Zoom settings correct. Where was the... There's somewhere... Oh, host tools for participants. I think that's it. All right, I'm going to have to ask you to unmute after I admit you. And then you can just press a button to unmute yourself. All right. Ask to unmute. Hello. Hi. Yeah, nice to meet you. Thanks for calling in. So you were the person in the chat who was going by... What was the name in there? Oh, pre-project, right? Okay. And based on what I see here in the chat, what was your first chat? Oh, you just say hello, and then you say, can I call in? And then, was that your only chat so far? Oh, okay. So was there anything in particular you're interested in discussing today? Mm-hmm. Pick that up. Sorry, I'm just playing on my phone to make sure your audio is coming through okay. Just a second. So was there anything in particular you're interested in discussing today? Yeah, your audio is not coming through. Only my side of the conversation. Hold on, let me check something. Oh, I think I figured it out. Okay, can you say something now?
Hey, can you hear me?
All right, hold
Oh,
on. Let me see if that was picked up. Sorry, I'm just playing on my phone to make sure. Okay, can you say
I'm
something now?
speaking.
Hey, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. It's working now. All right. I just had to. Okay, there was a setting in OBS I had to change. All right, so both of us are now audible. So you said that you have read Atlas Shrugged and you've read Opar, Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand by
Y-
Leonard Peikoff. And that was the last thing. Yeah. So, and then what? Did I miss something?
So I went through, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, they can hear you now.
Um, I went through a period where I was more interested in uh Ayn Rand stuff, and so I read up on her philosophy, um, and watched YouTube videos and stuff to learn about it. So, but I haven't really interacted with the content in a while because just over time it became less compelling to me. Um and I didn't really uh and I'm not really a regular watcher of your YouTube channel, but I saw that you were having a live going on, and so I thought um just for fun, it's a Saturday evening, just talk
Mm-hmm.
about philosophy and politics and that sort of a thing.
Okay, sure. Yeah, so there's a lot we could talk about. Is there anything in particular that you're
Uh,
interested in?
So one thing is I understand, I would not identify as an objectivist anymore, but I I understand Ayn Rand's ethics to be broadly in the Aristotelian tradition, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's the idea that like I read a book at one point called Aristotle, or it was Aristotle for Everybody by Mortimer Adler.
Mm-hmm.
And in his description of Aristotle, there were definitely some things in common with Ayn Rand's philosophy. And I think it basically has to do with that there are certain things that are good for man to fulfill for himself. Like, for example, people have like the faculty or the appetite of hunger, and to satisfy, and um we have other appetites for friendship, that sort of a thing. So satisfying our our a appetites in the right ways is kind of the core of that sort of an ethics, to my understanding.
Of the objectivist and Aristotle ethics,
Yeah.
satisfying appetites. Well, that sounds similar to fulfilling one's desires, and it is important to objectivism that you're not just whim worshipping. That's a term she uses. Just taking your desires as automatically a good thing to satisfy. Like you can't have desires for things that are not in your self interest to pursue. Like if you have a desire for drugs and alcohol in quantities that can really destroy yourself and be harmful to yourself. So just the fact that you have a desire or an appetite for something doesn't necessarily mean it's good. Um, but if we should be guided by reason, and if we
Mm.
rationally decide that something is in our self-interest, and we're not just driven by our emotions, our desires, blindly following them, whatever they happen to be. But if we think about them and our life as a whole, if we're being long range in our thinking, and then we have a desire for something in light of our perception of what's good for our long range self interest, then it can be rational to satisfy that sort of appetite, one that has been rationally examined. And I guess I don't know that Aristotle is. I've read the Nicomachean Ethics, which I think is his most famous work on ethics, and I don't recall him making this sort of point. It might be in there, but he doesn't. If it is, I don't think it's stressed as much as it is Ayn Rand, as it is in Ayn Rand, where she is very keen on distinguishing her view of egoism from a Nietzschean or irrational sort of egoism, where you are just following your emotions, desires, whatever they happen to be.
Yeah.
But I'll just pause there.
Yeah, well, just to clarify, like Aristotle was not a hedonist. He wasn't saying um just maximize pleasure or whatever. He said that our bodies have certain I don't know, natural uh goals built in, like we have a mouth and a stomach to satisfy our faculty for hunger. And so when we eat, that's good. Like we can say like uh we can use goodness language when we talk about plants, right? Water is good for a plant, well, because it fulfills the plant's nature, right? Um, and so uh I think the Aristotelian tradition, Ayn Rand and Thomas Aquinas, all these thinkers, it has to do um with with that, right? That nature is being fulfilled and in the proper way, right?
I do think that's part, at least, of Aristotle's perspective. I'm less familiar with Aquinas, although I know he is also, at least partly in the Aristotelian tradition, also partly in the Christian tradition. But as for Aristotle, I do think you're right that something's nature or its identity is key to figuring out what's good for that thing. So given the nature of a plant, it's certain things are going to be good for it in order to enable it to flourish or function. He has something called the function argument, or what people have called the function arguments in the Nicomachean Ethics. He has this idea that things have a certain function, and if pursuing something like maybe the plant has the function of, I don't know what he would say its function is if it has one, but if getting water or sunlight enables the plant to fulfill its function, then those are good things for the water for the plant to pursue. And I think he makes this sort of arguments for human beings as well. Given the nature of a human being, it has a certain function. I don't know if you would say that's rationality, such that which fosters reasoning is good for a human being to pursue. I don't know if you're familiar with Greg Salmieri or Alan Gotthelf. These are Aristotelian scholars who are also objectivists, and Alan Gotthelf has passed away, but they're much more knowledgeable about Aristotle than I am, and they've even given courses, lectures on his philosophy and exactly how it relates to objectivism. Actually, a book just came out just a few months ago called Ayn Rand, or Two Philosophers, Aristotle and Ayn Rand. I think that's the title, which collects together many essays on Ayn Rand and Aristotle and exactly how they relate. So if anyone out there is interested in getting a real expert take on how Aristotle and Ayn Rand compare, I would recommend checking out their work, and in particular, this new book that has just come out, two philosophers, Aristotle and Ayn Rand, or Ayn Rand and Aristotle. But let me pause there and come back to you.
Um, Sorry, did you want to do something?
Oh, well, I just didn't want to ramble on too long.
No, no, no.
I just
Okay.
wanted to pause and see if you wanted to say anything in response to what I just said.
Okay. What I would say is, um, I, oh, one thing that I have, one critique that I would level against, like the nature as determining good view, is that, um, it seems that, with the AI revolution and quantum computing and basically what's transhumanism and posthumanism, that human beings don't necessarily have a fixed nature. Like people have been talking about how human beings in with future technology, we might be able to merge our consciousness with robots and that sort of a thing, right? And so I think that maybe not right now, but maybe 100, 200, 1,000 years from now, um, human beings might have used technology to um, change their nature. So the the ethics, if it's based on the nature, that seems sort of contingent, doesn't it?
Yeah, I guess you could put it that way. I don't I don't know that it contradicts the view though, because if I guess it would just say whatever your nature is at a given time, that should be taken into account. So if the nature of human beings changes, then um, then the ethical guidance might change in some ways. Maybe not change in other ways, but maybe it would change in some ways. And we can do things like gene editing now that we didn't used to be able to do. But at a very abstract level, if the goal is survival, or that's understood in a very robust sense, um, like living a flourishing, long range kind of life, including happiness, I think that would still make sense as a good ultimate purpose to aim for, even if we do start to use technology, AI, in new kinds of ways that enhance the possibilities available to us. I don't see that would change the ultimate value or the standard of value, or that means life according to objectivism, or happiness is the ultimate purpose. It seems like that would still apply. I don't see why it wouldn't. Or also the virtues like honesty, integrity, independence, productiveness, all these kinds of things. I don't know that those would need to change, even if there are technological changes of the sort you're talking about.
Um, you know, one of the things that like I feel like maybe what if, you know, somewhere along the line, someone changes their nature and their nature is uh I don't know, like fulfilled by domination and conquest, right? We would then want to make some appeal to some sort of ethical standard um, outside of human nature in order to um, uh, get them to stop or um, authorize ourselves in stopping them, right?
Well, I'm thinking about other species like bears or alligators. Their nature is in many other species is they use physical force to survive, not their not reason, right? They don't have the faculty of reason. So if human beings evolve through time, or maybe with the aid of technology, to be such that reason is no longer their basic attributes, their basic means of survival, such that now they have to survive like animals do, just by using force, then I guess they wouldn't be human anymore. Maybe they would revert to being like apes or gorillas or something, whatever the nearest primate is, chimpanzees maybe. But whatever. I mean, if so long as their means of survival is reason, and that's their basic attribute, then I think it makes sense for them not to survive by conquest and domination, but rather by means of trade and respecting people's voluntary consents, because reason doesn't function under force. And if reason isn't their attribute anymore, their dominant attribute, then they're just a different kind of species, and it can make sense to survive in a different kind of way.
Okay. So, and I feel like uh why why like how would I, just if you're giving guidance for my life, and let's say um I'm an objectivist. Let's say I'm going to put my objectivist hat on, and you're advising me as an objectivist. Um, uh, what, how would you answer the question? How do I um, use my reason to evaluate whether or not I should violate someone else's rights? Uh, let's take theft, for example. Um, how can I use reason to know that I should not steal from my neighbor?
Well, you can think about what are the consequences of doing that. What does that imply? Let's say you steal from your neighbor. Maybe we can make a concrete example. What's something that you might want to steal from your neighbor? His car, his lawnmower.
Um, let's say um, a TV.
His TV. Okay. So maybe you don't have a TV, and rather than spending $1,000 or however much, you decide, oh, I'm just going to take my neighbor's TV. Maybe he's got his door open on a nice sunny day, and it's not locked, and you see, oh, I can just walk in there. Maybe there's no one else home, and you know that he's out in the backyard mowing the lawn. He's not going to see you, not going to hear you. So you go in his front door and you swipe his TV. You take it back to your house, and then eventually he comes home, or he comes inside, and he notices his TV is gone. And then what? Well, I guess there's a lot to consider on how all this plays out. And there's also hiding things from other people, and then even if you can do that, like even if you're not caught by him, at least not immediately,
Mhm.
there's a risk of being caught in the future at some point. Maybe maybe you'll have a guest over, and your guest will see the TV in your house, and maybe this is a mutual neighbor you have. Maybe you can't be as free as before. Like maybe you used to have neighbors who would visit both you and your next door neighbor, And now they see, oh wait, that TV you've got, that looks like the one that Jones next door to you used to have, and he recently said his TV went missing last time I chatted with him. So now that person is gonna get suspicious. Like maybe you're the person who took it. So
Yeah.
now you've got to be hiding. Um, Maybe you can make up some lie. Say no, it wasn't me. I just so that's one way in which you might start to be found out in your crime, and now you have to spend a life or hiding, making up stories, trying to keep all your stories straight. And this is all just concerning yourself with not others finding out. Even if no one, even if we stipulate that other people don't find out, you still know in your own mind that you did this. And I think that creates problems of its own, even apart from being found out by others and maybe being taken to jail for being a thief. I think it's not good for your own mental health and self-respect to live as a parasite. So those are some initial thoughts I have on reasons which you might think give reason to not be a thief. But let me just stop there and see if you want to say something.
Yeah. And I'm not defending theft, of course. I'm just trying to put some pressure on the objectivist rationale for why you
Mm-hmm.
um shouldn't be a thief. Um I do think like that analysis um uh sort of depends on, say, um the the expect like the expected um value, or the value of the TV, comparing that to what would happen if you got caught um by the TV, um times the probability that you would have to get caught, or that you would get caught. Um so uh seems like there's a sort of that would be the decision rule, right? For whether or not you would um uh steal a TV or not, on a self-interested ethics, right?
You weigh the value of the TV versus the likelihood of being caught, and then whichever one weighs more, you go with that one. That's the
Yeah.
idea. I see. Well, I don't think that's enough. I think there's more that needs to be considered. But hold on just a second. I want to take a look at something. Okay. I think that leaves out the effect on your own mental well-being, which I mentioned at least briefly in my last
Right.
segment. So even apart from the fact that you might get caught, I think it has destructive effects on your own well-being psychologically. Like I think it tarnishes your self-respect. But then why? Can I flesh that out some more? Well, I guess it raises a question as to how you should act generally in life. Like if you're okay with stealing the TV, is there any reason you shouldn't be okay with stealing from 7-Eleven next time you go in there, or whatever, shoplift at wherever you go shopping? Is there any principled difference between the cases? The issue of acting on principle, I think, is relevant here.
Mhm.
And this comes up in the objectivist literature. Opar, actually, there's a discussion of this, and it might be chapter 7, around there. That a good life is a life lived according to principle, and I don't think there's a I would question whether you are living according to principle as opposed to living just according to the whim of the moment. If you take an action like this, like what would be the principle guiding you, like in your life? Is it is it that you should steal whenever you can get away with it? Is that a principle? Um, um, so I just wonder, like, how can you really limit yourself to stealing in this one case? If you can't, because you don't have a reason to not steal in, 1,000 other similar cases, then you are basically just acting on whim. Um, I mean, I guess you could say in every case I'm making this calculus. I'm weighing the risk of getting caught versus the value of the thing I might be stealing. Um, but I'm not sure. Is that's what's would actually be guiding someone? I think this is a challenging topic, at least for me, to discuss. So I don't claim that I've had this that I can give you a great answer. So I'm trying to suggest a few things to consider. Um,
Mhm.
but I guess one thing I wonder about is what is the principle guiding you then if you are going to steal in this one case? I mean, I guess a deeper issue is should we should we act on principle at all, and what does it mean to act on principle? That's an even deeper question. Um, and we could get into that some. That might be relevant to do. I think part of what it means is to be long range rather than short range. That's involved in being principled. Like Ayn Rand identifies 6 virtues in addition to the basic virtue of rationality, and those 6 virtues, you could think of them as principles to guide you in living a successful long range kind of life. So
Mhm.
just to rattle them off for anyone who doesn't know, the virtues she mentions: honesty, integrity, independence, justice, productiveness, and pride. Rights, respecting rights, that's another principle which kind of bridges to politics, bridges from ethics to politics. That's another principle. You should deal with people in a voluntary way, not by overriding their voluntary consent, which you would be doing whenever you're stealing something. So I guess if you steal the TV, you're throwing out the principle of rights. So then, I guess anyone has a legitimate reason to take your stuff. You can't appeal to rights. You can't advocate against taxation or regulation. Um, and how protected are you then if you can't appeal to rights or any principle? So I don't want to go on too long here before giving you a chance to say something else. So let me just pause there and see if you want to say something.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. It certainly certainly an interesting topic. I mean, I think a a decision rule, which is like a mathematical decision rule, is sort of similar to a principle. I could say, you know, I could estimate the value of the object, and then I could estimate the uh, what the punishment would be, um, multiply that against the probability of getting caught, and I don't know, weigh those, and then it would have to be. um, a positive calculation, and then even then, I might, multiply it against, um, I don't know, some sort of risk aversion factor, since we um, uh, weight negatives more than positives, um, and maybe it would have to be above a certain threshold um, in order to be rational. And I'm just saying that is a principle that someone who is selfish could employ. Now, the it's d does employing that principle actually mean that you are a serial thief? Not necessarily. I think it depends on the the punishment of the locale of it depends on the uh the probability, like how well enforced the laws in a jurisdiction are, um and that sort of thing. So I'm just saying that in principle, um, uh, you know, there is at least a conceivable case in which a principle that follows from self-interest could um, allow someone to steal. Uh, but I think in order to block that, you would just have to advocate for a um, for you could concede that, but then you would have to advocate for uh, a stronger enforcement of laws in order to um, flip the uh, calculus in all cases, um, something like that.
I do think in emergency cases you could justify stealing, but I don't think it doesn't sound like you're talking about emergency cases. Like if you're Robinson Crusoe and you finally get off your deserted island, and you make it to shore of civilization, and maybe you're starving and you need a piece of bread to
Mhm.
avoid dying. I can I think it could be morally justified to steal that bread in that emergency kind of situation. But if we're talking about a case that's not an emergency, where there's not an immediate threat of death, then I don't see that you could justify stealing. But I think you're not just restricting yourself to emergency cases. I take it that you're saying just a normal kind of existence could involve stealing. That could be a normal way of life, not
Yeah,
something that's merely justified in emergency cases.
I mean, in certainly in a um, if you're going to ground your ethics in self-interest and a principle, um, I have um, come up with a principle that could satisfy that, and it would probably the principle would probably advise against stealing in most or all cases, especially in places where the um, laws are pretty well enforced. But there are places in the world and even in the US um, where you get like a slap on the wrist or whatever, um, uh, like San Francisco or Los Angeles or whatever, um, where it's possible that you could um, do that, or where
So
that might make sense for a self-interested person.
you think where laws are well enforced, it would be unlikely or maybe just
Foolish.
wrong for
Yeah.
someone to steal.
Yeah.
But where laws are not well enforced, then it could be rational and self-interested to steal. That's the idea.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't see it that way, but the challenge here is to explain why and see if I can give a convincing case as to why. Like I think even if you're on an island with just one other person, so there's no government enforcing laws. I think even in just that very simple case, it's not good to steal unless you're an emergency. But let's say you're just two people who you can either cooperate and try to work together to survive on this island, or you can fight with each other, and one can try to make a slave out of the other. I think you'd probably be better off if you cooperated and worked together and didn't steal from each other. Like if you have this, you might come up with an agreement of division of labor. Like one person can work on getting food, finding some berries or fish to eat, and the other person can do something else like building a shelter, a hut. And you can have a kind of division of labor and say, all right, well, if you gather food, then I'll let you sleep in this hut that I built. And you can have a kind of trade. And even in that very simple scenario, I think if you start stealing, like let's say you're the person you said, yeah, I'll agree to build a shelter, and then you can sleep in it in exchange for some berries. If you then you don't build the shelter, and yet you swipe all the other guy's berries that he's collected, I think that's a way of stealing from him. I think that's bad, even though there's no laws, there's no government in place, but you just have an agreement, either explicit or implicit. I think it would still be bad to steal in that case. And we can talk about why. I can try to say more, but I think you're betraying the person's trust for one thing. So if he finds out, once he does find out that you've stolen from him, if he does find out, then he's not going to, or at least he might not want to deal with you further. So, and then you forego the opportunity of a better sort of existence where you could have cooperated and traded with the guy and benefited from the division of labor. Now you have to do everything yourself. You have to build the shelter and you have to collect your berries, and you're not going to be able to survive as well. So that's a reason to, even in this very simple case where there's no laws that are being enforced or not. Well, I guess in a way they might be getting enforced. Like if I'm the person on the island who you stole from, I might say, well, I'm not going to deal with you further. And that's...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say I think I agree here, and I think your point can be spelled out in game theoretic terms. Like this is sort of like there's a like sort of a prisoner's dilemma, uh, sort of a situation um, that is going on here, where um, if they if one uh, victimizes the other, then that causes an issue. And then if they both attempt to victimize each other, um, that causes an issue. And so really um, the rational thing to do is to um, cooperate. So like, are you aware of the prisoner's dilemma uh, and how that sort of relates here?
I know a little about that. I haven't studied it much or thought about it much, at least in those terms, but I have heard of that, and I know there's people construct these matrices, and then there's
Yeah.
four possibilities. They can both cooperate, or they can both not cooperate, or one can cooperate and the other not, or the other cooperates and the one doesn't. And then there's a certain number of points you can get in each scenario, and then I guess I don't know if it depends on. I don't know how many variables it depends on, or if it's always the case that one of the options turns out to be the best. But I can only say I'm vaguely familiar with the prisoner's dilemma.
Yeah. And one of the things that the prisoner's dilemma says is, I think what I've heard is the best. There's something called the iterated prisoner's dilemma, where it repeats and repeats. And basically, I think the best strategy is to uh, basically initially cooperate, and then cooperate as your first move, and then do tit for tat, um, uh, in response to the other person. Um, and I think in the long run, um, it it sort of produces a cooperative equilibrium. Um, and that would be something, um, uh, like your example with the two people on the island. Um, I think the reason why prisoner's dilemma is called a dilemma is because in one shot, prisoner's dilemmas that aren't iterated, there is a structural incentive to um, uh, defect, um, uh, because it's like, uh, for each of them, it's your best move no matter um, what the other person does. But I think iteration does produce um, cooperation over time. Um,
Well, I think
but
that might relate
yeah,
to the point about long range existence versus emergency cases. Like if we're just talking about a very brief period of time, what it might be best to do then, like if you're in a lifeboat. Ayn Rand talks about lifeboat cases a little bit in her essay, The Ethics of Emergencies. Versus if we're talking about a extended period of time, a whole lifespan, then what it what it's best to do would be different. So maybe what you're saying maps on there to what
yeah,
Rand says. Like when you iterate something over and over and over, you're living a long range kind of existence. It's not just a very brief interaction. Then it could make more sense to cooperate.
yeah, I think that does support Ayn Rand's point. Yeah. Um, the but I think one question I had, I know you've probably been on this chat for a couple of hours, so if you need to go, just let me know. Um, but I I was wondering, like, I I feel like, you know, prisoner's dilemma and iterated prisoner's dilemma, all of that, um, uh, chicken games, that sort of a thing, all of that is a game theory. And another thing in game theory is like public goods and collective action problems. Like there are um, uh, basically uh, certain things where it would be in everyone's interest to act together to do something, um, but it would be it, in everyone's self-interest, um, not to do it and free ride off with other people. So one of the examples of this is like taxation. Like if you believe the military is a necessary thing, then of course everyone would be better off if the uh everyone would be better off if we had a military, right? But if it's voluntarily funded, then it's in everyone's personal self-interest to not contribute and let everyone else contribute. But if everyone does that, then if everyone thinks that way, then no one does, and the good that everyone was uh, seeking to um, uh, uh, produce or would want to produce if everyone else um, pitched in wouldn't occur. I know I'm not being very articulate with this, but basically, um, there are certain games in game theory where um, the where the solution uh, to is coercion, basically. Like uh, if there was voluntary taxation, then no one would pay tax, and you wouldn't get um, the government that you want or need. So uh, there there may need to be some sort of uh, coercion in order to um, uh, solve these public goods or collective action uh, problems or games. Um, there might be coercion might be needed in order to solve things like um, taxation. And so I wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've heard that sort of point made. I don't think that's actually going to happen. Like anyone who volunteers for anything, I think might be a counterexample to this. Like there are many people today who donate money to charities. They're not forced, but you can donate money for like children's cancer research or whatever, setting up a scholarship for poor kids. I think there are billions of dollars worth of charitable contributions that people make on top of all the taxes that they pay. People still in the U.S. donate money to various causes. I donate money to some causes that I want to help support. And beyond just donating money, people will even risk their lives, like in the American Revolution. George Washington, his army, the Continental Army, was a volunteer army. So I think people are willing to volunteer to chip in, even if they're not forced to. They still will often judge it to be in their self-interest. So I don't think you need to have coercion in order to finance something like a military or a police system. Now that's very different than the government we have today, where there's much more than just the police and the military. Like I don't think you could voluntarily raise the hundreds of billions of dollars or trillions of dollars by voluntary means to finance something like Social Security or Medicare or public education. I think that, yeah, you do need coercion. But if it's something like the military or police, which I think is very clear is in everyone's self-interest, then I think there will be adequate voluntary support for that. And if there's not, I guess too bad for them. I mean, if people aren't willing to lift a finger in their own defense or do anything at all, then do they really deserve to survive? Why should people be forced to save themselves, as it were? If they don't care enough about their own survival to voluntarily make some contributions, then maybe that's just their problem. But I don't think it makes sense to force people, even in that case. Just let them suffer the consequences of their irrationality. and maybe that'll teach them a lesson. Also, I do think there are some things you can do to incentivize contributing and not free riding. And like one example, Euron Brook, another objectivist podcaster, has mentioned is businesses could advertise themselves as having made contributions to the government. Well, I guess that's them doing that as companies rather than as individuals. But you could decide as a customer to patronize only, let's say, restaurants who have donated money to the military or the police. And you can choose to boycott restaurants who don't support the military. Or you could do this with private individuals. I don't know how it would work exactly, but there could be ways of like public shaming people who are just free riding, and then rewarding people who are contributing. Maybe you could, I don't know, get a little badge that you could pin on your shirt or something that says I'm not a free rider. I'm helping to support our military and our police. Or maybe a card you could carry around in your wallets that shows you're an official supporter. So there are things you could do that I think could incentivize good behavior and disincentivize bad behavior. And it might still be possible legally to free ride, but I think you could reduce the amount of that. There are various ways you could do that. And I think even the police and the military, which are two of the very few, I mean, along with the courts, that's basically all the government should be on Rand's view. Even those can be scaled back radically so that not nearly as much funding as you might think they need is actually needed. Like we have this war on drugs, which has been going on for decades, but I think that's all a waste of money. Like billions and billions of dollars are going to fight this nonsensical war. We should have, drugs should be legal, decriminalized, and just a massive amount of money that's spent by the police now wouldn't need to be spent if we had a good society. So that's another reason to think that it would work on voluntary contributions. Like maybe you couldn't voluntarily fund the police and all the things it does today, but if you scaled it back to its proper functions and got rid of things like the war on drugs, then it seems a lot more plausible. Likewise with the military. If you're not funding decades-long wars of, like in Afghanistan, and that involve nation building, if it's instead limited to just defeating the enemy and then coming home, then it's going to cost far, far less. And that also makes it seem much more reasonable that you could voluntarily raise the funds to fund that kind of military.
Yeah, and I think I mean, people, economists and philosophers who talk about the public goods problem or collective action problems, it isn't either or. I think people recognize that this exists on the spectrum and that you can get more or less um, uh, more or less of a um, uh, collectively produced good, and part of it does depend on people's dispositions or sentiments to um, cooperate. And one political philosopher who I've read a little bit up on, his name is David Gauthier, and he basically said that people that the prisoner's dilemma would be solved by people having a disposition to cooperate because they would know that that would be in their interest in the long run. So, um, I think there is I I think that the structure of these problems um does allow for the inculcation of dispositions or sentiments just naturally that will allow um, some some production of public goods, and one of these is government financing. I guess it's a question of whether it would be enough. I think, some people would contribute. Um, I and uh, that would be an interesting research project. Um, I am looking at Grok right now, which is an AI, and I asked it how much um, would it cost to fund a limited, like a libertarian or a night watchman state, and it said like I think 250 to 400 billion dollars a year, and we are paying like 5 trillion a year right now. So it says it would be like a 90% cut of the budget. I'm gonna ask I'm gonna ask it how uh what what does this come out to per adult? I'm just curious. Let's see what it says. Um maybe maybe $1,000 per adult per year. So uh not very much. So I think I've come around. I think you 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 made a good point that if you shrink government small enough, uh you could pay for it voluntarily. 'Cause I think people would be willing to contribute $1,000 on average. But I guess the question then is, should government really be that small? And I'm not entirely convinced of that.
Okay. Well, we could get into that if you want. I don't have any other callers on the line who are like in the queue that I'm itching to get to. So if that's something you want to explore, we can do that. I do want to just take at least a quick look at the chat to see if there's any new chats that have come in. And it looks like I don't see any new chats since we started. So, yeah, I'm happy to continue if you'd like.
Yeah, it looks like there are only 3 people watching, and I only came about maybe in an hour ago, and it looks like you've been streaming for about 3 hours. So
Yeah, I started at 2 p.m. Pacific, and it's now 5:15 almost, a little over 3 hours ago.
so if you need to, it's been shorter for me than it has for you. So if you need to go and um I understand, just let me know. I might need to go myself soon.
Okay.
Anyway,
Well,
maybe
my
we could.
streams are sometimes very long. Like the longest stream I ever did was almost 10 hours. I did take a break, like one or two breaks during that one, I think. So I might need to take a break at some point. But I still might go for a few hours. And sometimes more people show up later, and the amount of people fluctuates throughout the stream. So I'm not sure how long I'm going to stream today. But, anyways, we can definitely continue at least for a little bit longer. And whenever you got to go, that's fine.
Yeah. Um, so um like I think going back to like the whole thing about the the li- lifeboat thing that you mentioned earlier. Like I feel like if putting on my welfare liberal hat on, I mean I could argue that the uh that people experiencing homelessness and hunger and that sort of a thing, um, uh, that does constitute um, genuine emergencies for them. Um, so I was wondering, is there any room in your mind for, I'm not talking about Ayn Rand, I'm just talking about your personal opinion. Is there is there any room for you for a proper government to provide some basic minimum level of food or housing or welfare um, to people in order to alleviate uh, um, those? I think that would be, experiencing homelessness or hunger um, does constitute an emergency for those people who experience those things. So maybe there is a proper role of government in in helping alleviate some of those things.
I don't think there is, and I don't think those are emergencies, at least not in the way that's like someone mugging you on the street is an emergency. Like you don't just wake up one day, all of a sudden you're fine your whole life, and then all of a sudden you find yourself homeless. I think typically, at least very often, what's happening is someone makes a long series of bad choices throughout their life. Maybe they they drop out of school, and not that school is necessarily a good thing given the state of public education. I think it's very bad actually, but even if you do think that public education is a disaster, which I think it is, you could still try to be an entrepreneur. And it's something like Bill Gates, right? He dropped out of Harvard, but you could drop out of primary school. Or Ben Franklin, I think he ran away from home. He was a self-made man. I think he's often presented as an example of that. So you could just because you're not in like a public school system doesn't mean you have to turn to like a life of vagrancy and crime or homelessness. You could go find a job, work, and make something out of yourself. But I don't think you just find yourself one day without any resources. I don't know how realistic that is. Likewise with hunger. I mean, you should make a plan for yourself. Like when you're a child, your parents are responsible for feeding you, and you've got 18 years at least of that, where your parents are your guardians and are responsible for taking care of you, and that gives you a lot of time to do various things. You could get an education as you're growing up, maybe get some internships, some little jobs, maybe raking your neighbor's leaves or running a lemonade stand or something, get some work experience, maybe go work at McDonald's as a cashier or something. You have so many opportunities over your life such that once you get to the point of adulthood, once you're 18 years old, you should have some idea in place, some plan as to how you're going to feed yourself. And it doesn't take that much. I mean, if you eat ramen noodles very cheaply for 25 cents, you might be able to find that on the ground, right? Some loose change. So now that's not a great kind of existence to live just on ramen noodles, but if you're starting out, you're not necessarily going to be able to afford, 5-star restaurants. But I don't think I'm doubtful. I'm skeptical. It's realistic to think that, at least in the vast majority of cases, people can't do anything to find some shelter or food in order to survive, such that it's now an emergency that was some unforeseeable thing, and they have to rely on somebody to help them out. I think typically it's someone's own fault. Now, there might be a very small number of cases, like maybe quadriplegics or something, where they are dependent on other people to survive. But at least that's like a fraction of a percent, a very tiny percentage of people who might need to rely on charity. But the vast, vast majority of people, I don't think, have that excuse.
Yeah. Um, I I do think that there are people who are sort of generationally stuck in poverty. Like they may have their grandfather may have come into Detroit when it was a boom town, and then when the jobs left, Um, I, I don't know, a couple generations later, they are still in Detroit, and there aren't enough economic opportunities um, to uh, really sustain your family, and then um, but you don't have enough money um, to move either, um, and you don't have many assets. Like I feel like there are scenarios uh, in which like able-bodied people with families just can't like pull themselves up by their bootstraps, so to speak. And um and if they or their children um face hunger or homelessness uh because of that, um then that might be an opportunity for government to step in. At the same time, to be fair, um uh I think to to the to the free market point of view, um uh there you uh those cases might be so few and far between that um you might not need government to fund it. Private charity might take care of it. But then at least but even then, would you at least in principle uh allow for government to be a backstop for these things if we run the experiment, go to um if we go to laissez-faire tomorrow, um and let's say private charity is insufficient, would you like be willing to update your view um to allow for some limited amount of government assistance?
I don't think we can do laissez-faire tomorrow. And I have talked in previous videos about how I think with something like Social Security, I think it should be phased out. I don't know over what period of time, whether it's years or decades, but people who right now are dependent on Social Security, I don't think it's right to just cut them off from that when they've paid into the system for decades and just um, leave them to fend for themselves without any income or have to start working again when they've paid into the system their whole lives and have expected to benefit. But I do think it should be phased out over time. So maybe like if you're 18 years old and you're just entering the workforce for the first time, I think maybe you shouldn't have to pay any Social Security taxes. But by the same token, you should not get any. You shouldn't be promised any. Don't expect to get any Social Security once you retire. And then maybe if you're somewhere in the middle, maybe you're in your 40s, maybe those people should get a fraction of what they were promised, but also they can start paying less Social Security taxes. So they can use that money that they save in taxes to start investing in a 401k or whatever. So I don't think that laissez-faire tomorrow is going to work. I hold that out more as an ideal to eventually get to. That's how I see it. But I also don't think that it's really realistic. This example of someone whose grandfather was able to make a living in Detroit when it was a boom town, and now the jobs aren't as plentiful, and so he's going to need government assistance. I don't buy that. I think in a free market, there's so many opportunities. He can move to another city for one thing, but even apart from that, I mean, you should have some savings in case you lose your job. I mean, that's just a normal part of life. You're not guaranteed that the market is never going to change and you're never going to have to look for your job. So you should have some savings built up. And if you don't, That's not really being long range and foresighted. You could also, temporarily live off your savings, maybe move in with a friend who can help you out for a little bit while you're finding your next job. Now, if there are regulations in place like minimum wage laws that makes it harder for employers to create jobs, then that can make it more difficult. But then we're not talking about a laissez-faire system. In an actual laissez-faire system where you don't have things like minimum wage laws and all these kind of employment regulations, labor laws, then I think it's extremely easy to find something to support yourself. Maybe you're not going to be a millionaire, but you don't have to be a millionaire to survive, right? You can at least get food and shelter of some kinds without government assistance. I think that would be the case very easily in a free market. I'll pause there.
Yeah, I one of the things so I'm just looking up, okay, I asked my AI Grok, if government were to abolish welfare and abolish taxes tomorrow, could private charity take care of the poor? It says no, private charity could not take care of the poor in the short to medium term if the government abolished all welfare programs. Means tested aid like SNAP, Medicaid, TANF, SSI, housing subsidies, plus Social Security and Medicare and all taxes tomorrow. The funding gap would be enormous. Um, so, I mean, it does specify that it's saying short to medium term. Um, and I think you would agree with that. So you're saying it needs to be phased out. So I should ask it, what about in the long term? I'm interested to see what it would say. It it said in the long term, 10 to 30 years plus after an abrupt abolition of welfare programs and taxes, private charity families, communities, markets, and mutual aid networks could likely handle a substantial portion of the needs currently met by government transfers, potentially better in terms of reducing long-term dependency and encouraging self-reliance, but could not fully replicate the current scale of material support uh, without all of these things. So, but I think you'd be okay with that, right? That that it's not going to be the same level of support, but there is going to be um, some support out there for the people who are in the most dire situations, right?
Um, yeah, in the short term, I guess, but I think that's going to be very few people. I think probably most people on welfare today, if don't need to be on welfare, and they, at least if we had a free market, like I was saying, if we don't have all the regulations that prevent employers from hiring people, firing people, being efficient in running their businesses, if we didn't have all that, I think it would be easy for probably the vast majority of people on welfare now to just easily find a job very quickly within days or weeks so that they could start supporting themselves.
Mhm.
But given the entire regulatory system we have today, maybe it would have to be phased out over, I don't know how many years or months or years. But yeah, I think it probably would need to be phased out given the way things are today. And I guess a phase out with welfare should be paired with phasing out other things like regulations, which would make it possible for these people, make it more possible than it is today for these people to sustain themselves. And I guess if people were of the mentality that it's a good thing to phase out welfare
Mhm.
or Social Security, then I would think they're probably also of the mindset that we should phase out things like regulations. It's all of a piece. It's
Yeah,
enabling people's freedom more in various ways by getting government intervention out. So
but w what do you mean by regulations? Like all restrictions? Um,
any time when the government is initiating force against people, and
mhm,
one example of that would be minimum wage laws. So they're forcing employers to pay at or above a certain amount, and they're forcing employees to accept only wages above a certain amount rather than allowing them to voluntarily contract to whatever wage, or um, FDA regulations, which force drug companies to go through certain trials in order to prove that their drug is both safe and effective. Um, and I think there are free market alternatives to this. Like you could have private rating agencies that rate whether drugs are safe and effective. I don't think you need the government in order to have something like that. But I mean, SEC, all the alphabet agencies impose these regulations by force. There might be some private free market alternative to that. It's not that there would necessarily be nothing, but it wouldn't be something enforced on people by the government. There would be free market incentives that get people to behave in rational ways.
yeah. So you support capitalism, right? Because I see good, and in
Yeah.
the good of course capitalism, right? So
Yeah, although I mean, what capitalism means, that's a very controversial
yeah,
thing. Like a lot of people think today in
yeah,
America we've got capitalism. I would say no, not at all. We're far from what a truly capitalist
we're
system.
we're a mixed economy,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I think
Um, but I was wondering, do you think the government has a role in maybe supporting capitalism, making capitalism function better, helping to fix, I don't know, market failures? Um, I think there are certain things that people have shown uh, from basically game theory, is certain things about monopolies, oligopolies, monopsonies. Um, in healthcare, there's the adverse selection market failure. So capitalism is good, but why not allow the government to step uh, in order to make it function better? Because sometimes um, capitalism itself can spin off things that aren't as capitalistic or don't produce the same benefits as um, as uh, the rest of capitalism. So, do you think that the government has a role in potentially regulating capitalism in order to make capitalism um, uh, uh, function more like its ideal form?
no. I think if capitalism is being regulated to the extent it's being regulated, it's no longer capitalism. I think what it means to be capitalist is that it means it's not being regulated, i.e., it's not being coerced. People aren't being coerced by the government.
Mhm.
And I don't. I think market failures. I am skeptical that there are such things. There's a book that comes to mind. Its title is "Markets Don't Fail" by Brian Simpson. He's an economist at National University in San Diego, I believe. He wrote a book called "Markets Don't Fail," and I haven't read the book myself, but I know he's an objectivist, or at least he's spoken at objectivist conferences, so he might address a lot of the sorts of examples that you raise,
Hmm.
and you might be interested in that. But here, we can talk through some of the cases that you might have in mind and see whether they're actually market failures or not. But I wanted to at least mention that resource. You did mention monopolies. That was one thing, right?
Yeah, yeah, I did. And I do. I've read enough free market literature to know that the response is that monopolies are often propped up by government, and if we didn't have government, then um, uh, we wouldn't really have to deal with monopolies. Um, but one thing I do know is um, that basically these are sort of like archetypes, like monopoly, oligopoly, and then perfect competition. But reality. Um, I don't think every market falls into one of those three camps. I think it's more of a spectrum, and things can be, and there's monopolistic competition is another thing. Um, so there are basically different forms a market can take that are more or less monopolistic, and monopoly creates like deadweight loss and certain um, inefficiencies, right? So perhaps if the government uh, took actions, maybe it could actually um, increase output and actually assist capitalism in what it's trying to do and reduce inefficiency.
Well, what capitalism is trying to do, you mentioned that. So I think what capitalism is trying to do is leave people free.
Mm,
And that is the essence of the system. I don't know that capitalism is the best term for the system, but maybe for historical reasons, that's the one that's most been associated with the sort of system Ayn Rand advocates. I think it might have been Marx, actually, who used the term capitalism to apply to the kind of system Rand advocates. But I'm I'm not totally sure about the history of the term. But anyways, the essence of the system is freedom,
mm,
as opposed to coercion, and that essence is frustrated or violated when you have government intervention in regulation. So I think it would be a contradiction in terms to say the government is intervening in order to help capitalism do what it's trying to do. Because if what it's trying to do is respect people's freedom, which means they're not being coerced, well, that's exactly what is happening when the government intervenes. There is a book I also want to mention, "Capitalism: The Unknown Ideal" by Ayn Rand. You said you had read Atlas Shrugged and Opar, but
mhm.
if you haven't read "Capitalism: The Unknown Ideal," I think that would be a very good one to read if you're interested in this topic. And there's an article in there on monopolies specifically. There's an article by Nathaniel Brandon. I think it was called "Common Myths About Capitalism," something like that. And there's a section in there about monopolies. And I've talked about monopolies a fair amount on this show in previous live streams. Um, I don't know that the term is actually useful unless it's restricted to coercive monopolies where the government is um, forbidding competition, like with the USPS, United States Postal Service. That's a monopoly, a government monopoly or a coercive monopoly, because no one is allowed to compete with them with the delivery of certain kinds of mail, like UPS or FedEx. They're not allowed to compete on certain kinds of mail. And now that's a real monopoly, but I'm not I'm not sure how useful the term is apart from that. Like if we're not talking about coercion, if you're the only seller in a certain market, I've used this example just to do it again from a previous stream. Um, Maybe I'll use Pedro's tacos instead of Pedro's burritos. I used Pedro's burritos in the last stream, but tacos is a little shorter word than burritos, so let me try that. Imagine you're there's only one there's no Mexican restaurants in a given town, and then all of a sudden Pedro decides to start a taco restaurant, and he calls it Pedro's Tacos. Now, is he a monopolist? Well, he's the only taco restaurant in town, so yeah, I guess he's a monopolist in some way. But if you're free to compete with him, if Alejandro is free to open up Alejandro's Tacos restaurant, then there's no longer a monopoly there. As long as people are free to compete, I don't think it matters too much whether there's only one seller or multiple sellers. I think what's really important is whether people are free to at least try and open a business as they choose. It's what is important is to distinguish when people do have that freedom from when they don't. I think that's really getting to the essentials rather
Mm,
than whether there's one or two or 500 different sellers. So,
yeah,
but let me just pause there.
yeah. Well, I found it interesting going back to your point about freedom or um, liberty as being the essence of of capitalism. So, like if there were um, a market failure, and if restricting restricting that failure, if coercion, I don't know, left um, left everyone better off, um, I'm assuming I'm assuming you would oppose that since the the goal for you is to not is not to try to maximize um everyone's utility. So you're okay with a a cost to uh uh utility by treating um uh laissez-faire rights as non-negotiable, right? Just so I understand your position.
Well, I don't think utility or happiness is at odds with laissez-faire rights. Like I do think happiness is more fundamental. Like that's the purpose of
Yeah.
life and of ethics in Ayn Rand's system. She says happiness is the highest moral purpose. But a way of achieving that is to have a system of rights on her view. So it's not like I value adherence to rights as an absolute out of context more important than happiness. No, I see it as a means to happiness. And I said there are cases like emergency cases where it could be morally justifiable to steal, like if I give the Robinson Crusoe example. But I think when we're talking about the right kind of social or political system set up, we're not talking about an emergency context. We're talking about a case where a long range kind of existence is possible. And if that's the context, I think rights is the means of achieving each individual's self interest, well being, and happiness.
Okay. Um, let's see. And I mean there is definitely a conflict between rights and u utilitarianism.
And I'm not a
Uh,
utilitarian. Let me just also make that point. I'm an
yeah,
egoist. Ayn Rand she promotes egoism, not utilitarianism.
yeah, the and I think the thing with utilitarianism is um, basically if someone has a higher utility function or whatever, you should give to them. It's basically um, subordinating individual utilities to the collective utility, and that's definitely um, something that would be opposed um, by you and other objectivists.
Yeah, and in a sense, I don't think there is a conflict between what's good for the individual and then what's good for a society as a whole. Society is just made up of a bunch of individuals, so it would be they're incoherent to think, well, society is doing great, but all the individuals in it are doing terribly. No, I think the only sense to that claim, like if a society is doing great, it's because the individuals that make up the society are doing great. So you can, in some contexts, talk about what's in the interest of some group or some nation. Like we might say it's in the interest of America to go to war with Iran. But what that means is it's in the interest of individual Americans that we fight this war in Iran. So, in a sense, I don't think there's any conflict between what's good for the collective and what's good for the individual. But I think what's good for the individual is primary. There's no good for the collective apart
Mm.
from what's good for the individuals that make it up.
Yeah. Um, would you agree though that so is your position that no sacrifice to the collective can maximize the total utility of the collective?
Uh, I'm trying to process this because I don't usually think in these terms, or at least exactly as you formulate it. Is it
Yeah,
my view that no sacrifice to the collective maximizes the utility of the collective? That's the question.
yeah,
Um, I I guess so. Yeah, I'm trying to translate this in my mind to terms that I more typically think of. But if we take sacrifice to mean, as Ayn Rand understands it, the giving up of some value for the sake of a lesser or non-value, that's what a sacrifice is on her view. So is it the case that that's sacrificing for the collective doesn't result in a net benefit to the collective? I think so. Like I think what's best if we are going to add up the the utility of a like all the individuals within a collective and sum that up and call that the collective utility. I think that you're going to maximize that utility, that collective utility, if each individual is pursuing his or her own self-interest. And if everyone is being an egoist, doing what's best for him or herself, I think a result of that, a byproduct of that, will be that the society as a whole will have much greater utility if we can somehow add up all the individual utilities of the members composing it. Like America is a society which, compared to like Soviet Russia, I think is a much more self-interested society where more people are being egoistic, pursuing profit in the market, even though it's not perfectly capitalist, like insofar as they can. You have much more egoistic sorts of actions rather than just slaving away for the collective, being a cog in the machine of the 5-year plan that was dictated to you by the commissar. Um, if you have society like the U.S., I think the individuals are all doing better, or at least on average, than in Soviet Russia, and the society as a whole is doing better than in Soviet Russia. So I think it's to answer your question. I guess I would say it's never in the interest of the society as a whole for any individual within it to sacrifice his own interests.
Um, but what about like the diminishing marginal utility of like wealth or money, which is like the well-established finding that if like uh, uh, ten 10,000 uh dollars in the hands of Elon Musk has a lot lower um I don't know, subjective fulfillment associated with it than $10,000 in the hands of a poor person. So if you like, let's say if you took $10,000 from a wealthy person and gave it to a poor person, you um, would get um, you would get more happiness um, than you lost, so to speak, since 10,000 is a much smaller uh, proportion of a rich person's income or wealth. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. To that, I would say it's important to consider the principle here. So if someone steals $10,000,
Mhm.
then that's a very bad thing. So if we're
Well,
not
I'm talking
considering
about
just the amounts,
if government redistributed redistributed this as part of a program of um, implementing utilitarianism.
mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I take that to be like legalized theft, you might call it. Like a lot of libertarians, which I'm not, will say taxation is theft. Technically, maybe it's not because it's been legalized, whereas theft by definition is not legal.
Mhm.
But it is a violation of rights. I think it's taking something that is not rightfully belonging to whoever took it when the government taxes. I think
Yeah.
that taxation is a violation of rights, and I think that is a big problem. So even if it's 10,000 is a small proportion of Elon Musk's wealth,
Hmm.
um, the principle that someone has a right to his wealth has been violated, and
Yeah.
that's a huge deal. And that has I think that has to be considered. Like what happens when we throw out this principle? Like this kind of reminds me of the earlier conversation about stealing the TV from someone's house. If you're going to do that, why not shoplift when you go to 7-Eleven and all these other stores? What are the implications of this? If you're going to throw out the principle of rights and take $10,000, why not $20,000? Why not $30,000? And this has happened in U.S. history. When taxation began, it was just like 1%, and it was only very rich people who had to pay any tax. And then over years, over the decades, now it's ratcheted up more and more. So we've given up on the principle of um, property rights, and there's nothing to hold it back. It's like a cancer that grows, and now people like basically everyone, or I guess unless you're completely dependent on welfare, um, the majority of the population is paying 20, 30, 40%. Some people pay 50% in taxes. So there's
Yeah.
nothing to stop it. So once you throw out that principle, that's a huge deal rather than just considering the particular amounts that's taken away.
Okay. Um, yeah. Yeah. This is definitely something I'm gonna have to think about more. I've talked about I've heard about something called like Pareto efficiency, which is like the idea that everyone's utility is as good or better off than it was before, so no one is worse off. And those sorts of things. Basically, I looked it up, and um, uh, basically, it's difficult for me to say what sort of g government corrections would do that beyond national defense and basic rule of law. So, um, I guess I guess that your political commitments are reasonable if you are committed to the idea that that no one should be made worse off by the government or anyone else. And that's certainly a very intuitive principle. Um, as Michael Humer, who's a libertarian, p- pointed out, is that um, we can use our moral intuitions to think about um, political things and certainly um, not make certainly refraining from making other people worse off is is very intuitive. But I feel like uh, you know uh, I don't know, helping other people or making capitalism function more smoothly or whatever is also intuitive, and so I think um, those principles have to be traded off in some way against each other.
The the prince. Oh, let me just acknowledge. Ghosty is here. Hello, or at least he was here. I just want to say hi to him in the chat. He's in the Netherlands, so I guess it's pretty late his time.
The
And looks like there's some more chats from Prion. Okay, I think those are the only new chats. Okay, so you're saying a there's a trade-off that seems reasonable to you between what and what? Could you say that again? If I
Between
understand, yeah.
between the idea of there being, but basically the trade-off here is between not refraining from making people worse off, which is um uh like the non-aggression principle, so to speak. Um, if you want to put it in political philosophical terms. And then, but I also think a lot of people have strong, strong moral intuitions towards um, basically the idea of making capitalism work more smoothly, or um, and now that I think about it, I think it does depend on um, I think there is some baseline dependence because you can make some people worse off um, relative to laissez-faire, um, but um, it still doesn't mean um, that they're worse off relative to a corrected market failure, um, or like a system that corrects market failures. Um, I know I'm not really making my point very well. Um, I I
Well,
just
just
feel
on the market failure, I'm not convinced yet that there is such a thing as a market failure.
okay.
Well, I don't know if that's central to your what you're saying there when you were talking about this trade-off, but I'll just say that. So if that's part of your premise that's leading you to think that there is some kind of trade-off here. If part of your premise is that there are market failures, that's something I would want to explore before getting on to the whether there is this kind of trade-off. We don't have to go in that direction, but
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that much.
Um, and I saw, you know, someone was sort of trash talking me in the comments, and that's okay.
Yeah,
Um,
let's be
I
civil
can
and
handle
polite
that.
there. Um, I don't know if you're talking about Prion. I think you're probably talking about Prion. Yeah, Prion. Let's not resort to insults here. Just keep it civil and discuss the arguments. That's how I like to do it here.
And I invite uh, him or her to uh
Him.
come send me a message, and I can debate with them. I'll debate anybody. Um, but um, and I didn't really come in prepared to debate. I'm I just saw that there was this opportunity,
Hmm.
um, and I just decided to uh come on and share my thoughts. So I didn't come in um prepared with all of my evidence and examples of market failures, but I do think um I think most mainstream economics textbooks do talk about and acknowledge um the existence of market failures and collective action problems and things like that.
Yeah, I think that's right, and I think there are problems with mainstream economics insofar as I am aware of it. I have taken a couple econ courses when I was an undergrad, like Econ 101, Eco 102, macro and microeconomics. And perfect competition is one of the concepts that is commonly taught in econ courses, but I don't think that's a valid concept. And if there's a discussion of this by Harry Binswanger, he's an objectivist philosopher who also has studied economics, and he wrote an article addressing this concept of perfect competition. I forget the name of the article, but if you Google his name in perfect competition, maybe you'll find it. So there are many, and this is not just true of economics, but I think there are many sciences that have flaws in them, like physics. Maybe it's the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics, where there are these contradictions allegedly. And I don't know that I could uh, do justice to the claims it makes, but I mean, academia in general, I think, has many problems, and objectivism provides revolutionary perspectives on fundamental philosophic issues, which has ramifications to so many different fields. Like Ayn Rand sees philosophy as the most fundamental field. This is not unique to her. I think many people see philosophy in this kind of way, as dealing with very fundamental issues. And if you get those very fundamental issues wrong, then that can have spillover effects into all the other special sciences like economics or history, the humanities in general, and also the sciences. Like if you don't have the right epistemology, that can corrupt your methodology in all the sciences. So um, I think it's reasonable to expect that if the culture has a very flawed philosophy, which I think it does, it's also going to have very flawed analyses in a very wide array of special sciences, and that includes economics. It's not immune to the problems in philosophy. And there have been objectivist economists and philosophers of economics
Mm,
who have discussed this more. So you might be interested in looking at some of that work. And also, just on your point that you came here not to debate, or you didn't have all your points prepared. That's fine. This is a very casual, informal kind of thing. And I say on my background there, it's to discuss, debate slash discuss. So it could just be a discussion. We don't have to be like confrontational or
yeah,
it can just be to explore an issue. I'm fine with that. And I'm happy that you jumped on. I mean, you helped give my channel a lot of content. You've been on here for quite a while, and I appreciate that. So
yeah,
that's good stuff as far as I'm concerned.
no problem. Thank you. I might just do two more discussion or two more points, and then I'll go. We can maybe
Okay.
do 15 more minutes. Um, but just shifting gears a bit, like would you say that your foreign policy is in line with people like Peikoff and Binswanger and or do you and ARI or would you um put your uh foreign policy more of in like a non-interventionist school, that sort of a thing?
I generally agree with ARI's perspective on foreign policy. I don't know that I have any disagreements. I mean, I follow their podcast. I watch most of their podcasts, and you're on Brook as well. I watch a lot of it. I don't know if I watch most, but at least a lot of it because he puts out so much content. It would be a lot of time to watch everything. Um, so I generally agree with ARI and Harry Binswanger, Leonard Peikoff. Well, I mean, Leonard Peikoff has been retired, so he's not putting out a lot of new
Yeah.
content these days. Um, but I guess the yeah, so non-interventionism is not something I would support as like a principle. I mean, I think sometimes it makes sense to intervene, sometimes it doesn't. I think it does make sense to fight a war with Iran because I think they are a threat to, and they've actually killed Americans. So in that case, I would support intervention. Now, I think it should be done in the right way. Like I think it should be done with congressional approval, and it should have been done a long time ago. But I do support intervening in that case. But then there are other cases, maybe like a war in Vietnam, which I would say it's not clear to me that that's in America's self-interest. Um, so it's not like a kind of pacifism blanket, like never intervene in any case, but it's also not intervene all over the place, like be the world's policeman, even if there's like, some war going down in Vietnam that doesn't have any direct effect on American lives or property. I don't. Maybe it's better to just leave that to them to fight it out. So it just depends on the particular case as to whether I would support military intervention.
But Iran is not violating the rights of Americans within the 50 states, right? So th this is sort of um, done preemptively because we anticipate that if we don't do anything, then they would um, violate our rights. Is that a fair characterization of your position and ARI's position?
I don't think it's entirely preemptive. Like they did take hostages. That's not within the 50 states, but these are American citizens who, when they were in the embassy in Tehran, they were taken hostage and maybe even tortured. And there were Marines in the barracks in Beirut who were killed
Mm,
in Lebanon back in, I think it was 1983. And we hopefully war won't come to our own shores, right? It would be good if we could eliminate the threat before it gets
Mhm.
that bad. But I don't think it has to come to our shores in order to justify action. And I don't think it's preemptive. So if you attack our people, including our diplomats, I think that's enough to justify war. And our Marines also I think there was the USS Cole bombing, which I think Iran had a hand in 2000. So I wouldn't call it a preemptive war. I think it would be retaliating to actual offenses they've committed.
Uh, but I would sort of, but we would agree, like if someone is charging at you with a knife, you can shoot them before the knife stabs you, right?
Yeah,
So
I agree.
basically, if you feel like a threat is imminent, you can retaliate um uh preemptively. And so I don't think preemption necessarily needs to be a bad thing,
Oh
right?
yeah, yeah. I'm not saying it's bad to do a preemptive war. I'm just saying in this case, I don't think it is preemptive. I mean, you might say it's partially preemptive, like where in case they get a nuclear weapon, they could do a lot more damage, and we're preempting that.
Yeah.
But there are also things that they have already done, and so in that respect, it wouldn't be preemptive. But yeah, in other respects, I think it is preemptive, and I think it's justified.
And I don't think that that the role of government necessarily is the same or in the role of government's protection of its citizens isn't the same inside its borders as outside its borders. Like if we had if the United States of America was an objectivist country and didn't have a drug law, and then someone left the country and went to um I don't know, let's say a European country, Hungary, that had a drug law, and then they did drugs there and got in jail, you know, we might say it's unjust, but we don't we don't go to war uh with other countries every time that they violate the non-aggression principle against our our citizens um uh when they're outside. Now, if they send something like a missile into our country, uh, then I do think uh, that we have the right and the obligation to respond in some way. So, um, uh, I don't think rights violations against our citizens by foreign governments outside of our borders necessarily is something that we need to um, retaliate against as a principle. That would be my my point.
Yeah, I think I might agree with that. Uh, if I understood it, like if someone is, uh, let's say a country has a law that makes marijuana illegal, and then someone violates that law in that country, and it's not a valid law. Like if we say that drugs should be legal, but it's not in this country, then yeah, maybe it's not right for the U.S. government to try to get that person out of jail in the other country if they're put in jail. So I think it is the job to protect the lives and property of U.S. citizens within its own borders.
Mm,
But you could say, well, if you go outside those borders, then you're taking a risk, and um, it's we're not necessarily going to save you if you get into some trouble. But I think it might be different in the case of like the embassies or Marines, military, who are part of the government, and there might be foreign bases, and maybe those bases, at least, or the embassy grounds, at least, are considered um, American. I don't know what their status is. I don't know if they're considered American territory or what exactly. But I think if people in those cases are attacked, then there's not like this prior understanding that if you get if they get attacked, then oh, they're just on their own. They shouldn't have been there. No, they're there like representing the United States. We put them there. They're not like just going there at their own risk. So I think in
Yeah.
those and there's an understanding between the countries when the embassy is set up there that it's not going to be attacked, or when the military base is set up there that it's not going to be attacked. And so then if it is attacked, I think it is appropriate for the US government to respond. Whereas it might not be in these other cases where just private citizens go travel in some maybe a authoritarian country like North Korea, and there's these travel advisories on the State Department website that says, don't go there. This is not a safe country, and we're not going to be able to help you out if you get in trouble there. So if someone goes there nonetheless, then I think it might just be their problem if they get in trouble with that government.
But but regardless of the Iran case, I do feel like that objectivists do talk about or advocate for preemptive wars of self-defense, even if the threat isn't materializing immediately. Let's say, if there's a country that's developing nuclear weapons, um, and if maybe it takes 5 years to develop a nuclear weapon, and you think that this country is a threat, then you can and should attack them 5 years early, right?
Yeah,
Does
I think
that
that
make
can be
sense?
reasonable.
Okay. So the reason why I'm having you grant that is just to try to provide a symmetrical case and try to look at this from the domestic side. So one of the things that I've heard about from objectivists and libertarians and capitalists as the alternative to FDA regulation is um it if someone has a um uh like sells a bad drug, then they can get sued, or there can be criminal law, or there can be case law around this, that sort of a thing, right? Um, so basically, uh, they're sort of proposing common law, I think, as an alternative to uh, regulation, where lawsuits will happen, and the collective case law um, from these lawsuits will effectively serve to um, regulate, and the different injunctions that are imposed and that sort of thing will effectively serve to regulate um, uh, uh, drugs over time. And that certainly does work in the long run. But in order to get the case law and these injunctions established, there have to be damages. People have to get hurt first, and that sort of a thing, for people to gain the experience to understand. And I wonder if perhaps the FDA could be reframed maybe as preemptive retaliation against things that could hurt people. Maybe it's the application of objectivist foreign policy to the pharmaceutical sphere. Maybe uh, maybe the government should actively research and investigate um, things, and potentially even ban things preemptively, before the case law happens and before harm occurs, um, as part of its regulatory function. Does that um, so I'm wondering if you would agree with the FDA now under this new reframing of it.
Preemptive regulation. Um, I don't think so. But let me first say you mentioned that people have to get hurt first, but I don't think that's the case, or at least isn't always the case. And I think the profit motive is one thing that explains that why that is the case. I mean, it's very bad for your business if
Mm,
your customers are getting hurt. You don't want that to happen. I mean, that's terrible for your reputation. That can tank your business. Maybe it'll make you go bankrupt, have to close your business if you get a bad reputation. So you really don't want your customers to get hurt if you put out a drug that kills people. So it is in the interest of businesses for that kind of thing not to happen.
uh-huh.
Um, Now, if there is some fly by night company that isn't rational, isn't acting in a long range way, is just trying to make a quick buck, um, then you could sue that person if they get caught.
Mm,
Um, but I just wanted to at least get on the table that I think at least normally um, it's not that people have to get hurt, and only that is what makes things improve in the long run. I think the profit motive helps things to get better and better in the long run. Um, you mentioned the case law. I guess that's when someone actually does get hurt, maybe by some fly by night company, and um, now I don't know that they have to make new laws. I would think that at least in many of these cases, they're violating laws that are already on the books, like fraud. Right? That's not legal, and I think a lot of these fly by night companies that you might be thinking of are engaged in some kind of fraud, some false advertising,
mm,
and I think there's not really a way around some of that. Like no matter what your political system is, people have free will, and you're going to have irrational people um,
mm,
in whatever society, whether it's laissez-faire capitalism or communism or a mixed economy. You can't just legislate out of existence people being irrational and trying to hoodwink others. Now, I think you can disincentivize that kind of behavior if you do have a more laissez-faire capitalist system. I think rational long-range behavior is rewarded under capitalism, and its irrational behavior is penalized. So you can disincentivize that sort of thing, but I don't think you can't just guarantee it's never going to happen because individual people have free will and they can do irrational things. But I think you can minimize that sort of thing the more you do have a rights respecting system, in a system where people are rewarded by profits
I,
and aren't regulated. Go ahead.
I was thinking like maybe more in terms of pollution. Like I hear if someone has like puts out toxic smoke, then the solution is to go to the courts in a rights respecting government and have um the court issue an injunction against that. But why not? And then do every time something like that happens, do a lawsuit with an injunction like that on a case by case basis. Well, uh, in order for all that to happen, there has to be at least some short period um uh of rights violation in the first place in order to um because pollution violates rights. That
Well, it depends. I think it can get a little tricky. Like some amount of pollution, I think is just uh, normal and
Mm,
tolerable, should be tolerable in a society. Like you can't have an advanced industrial civilization if you don't have, if you have like zero emissions, right? Unless we're like at the stage where everything is run by nuclear or electric or something. But at least given current technology, I think you can't have advanced industrial civilization without some kind of like carbon emissions. And I think that just has to be understood by people who participate in that society. Like maybe you could go off to a remote place, live in the middle of the Pacific Ocean or something, um, if it's that big of a concern. But if you choose to live in and take advantage of modern industrial civilization, then I think with that choice, just there's an implicit acceptance that there's some amount of pollution, and you can, depending on your tolerance level from it, you can decide. Do you want to live in the middle of Los Angeles or New York City, or do you want to go off to some very remote place like Montana where there's less pollution? So you can't necessarily sue someone just because there's some pollution. I think it depends on how much, how serious it is, and what your alternatives are.
mm.
And figuring all this out, it can be tricky and maybe take some case law. My AirPod is about to die, so I need to hold on for a second while I switch it out. Okay, and I also need to set my mic back because I changed my AirPod. It also automatically switches my mics, I think. Yeah. Okay, I just set it back to my podcast mic. So I think we're good to go now. All right. I don't remember if I was in the middle of. Oh, yeah, I was just making a point about pollution. I think I finished that point, though. Can you hear me still? Oh, he got muted. He muted himself. I have to ask him to unmute. Okay.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I muted myself thinking I could unmute myself, but
Yeah, I forgot to. I can actually give you the power to unmute yourself, but I just didn't do that at the beginning because you're a new caller. But I can now give you the power to. I think
okay.
I know how to do that. Settings. Oh, actually, if I hold your. Here, I think I need to go
It's okay. We don't have to worry about that. It's fine.
unmute themselves. All right, you now have the power to unmute yourself.
Mm, thank you. Um, so, but you were saying, it depends on the degree of pollution, where it happens, what it is, that sort of thing. I feel like that's a role for at least some amount of regulation rather than have it build up organically um, in a case by case manner. Instead, do that preemptive retaliation that you were talking about with Iran. Um, Basically, write write these regulations before the situations occur, so people have the ground rules of what sort of pollution is rights violating, what what sort of pollution is not rights violating. And so you might call that just enforcement of rights. Um, but I think the form that would take is regulation. Maybe I'm just um, using regulation in a different sense of the word than what you mean by it. So maybe there can be good regulation and bad regulation. Um, but it, even if we don't use the word regulation, I do think, um, would you agree that it's a good idea for the government to um, set some detailed ground rules up front about what's rights violating, what's not rights violating?
Yeah, I do think it's fine to do that. Like, let's say there's an island, an uninhabited island, and then you want to go start a settlement there and create a new country. Let's assume that's
Yeah.
possible. Well, I think it makes sense. Like, you could write your constitution, and part of your constitution could be a set of laws, among which are you can't take people's property without their consent. You can't murder people. Like, you don't have to wait for someone to get murdered in order to say, all right, let's come up with some case law now and say that you're not allowed to do this anymore. You can preemptively say in the law that you can't murder people. But I think that's because it's clear. If you already understand the principle of rights, it's already clear that certain things are going to be outlawed. Like, if the idea is to set up a settlement that respects individual rights, and if you understand that to mean people can't initiate force against each other, then there's immediately going to be various laws you can include in your constitution. Like, you can't take people's property without their consent. There can't be murders, rapes. But something like pollution, I think that's more tricky because, like, how are you going to get your power? Do we have to start by using fires like cavemen, and because they don't have power plants yet, unless you could like bring a nuclear reactor there with you when you first go there, maybe tow it over on a boat. But if you're just starting from scratch and you don't have any materials,
Yeah.
maybe you need fire as your first source of energy to cook your food or keep you warm. But there's going to be some pollution involved with that, with the smoke of the fire. And I don't think you can outlaw that. And maybe you can never outlaw that. But maybe you could get to a certain point where, like, after there's enough people on the islands, and maybe you could somehow you've segregated plots of land, and you could say, all right, well, you can have fires, but it can't be so big that you're like spewing this much smoke into your neighbor's air volume. It's might be hard to spell out exactly, but I think with something like pollution, it's a little more tricky. And you could have noise pollution as well as like particulate matter pollution, and you could have rules about, like, you can't play music louder than a certain amount, or at least after a certain hour. You could have agreements, and HOAs have these kinds of things, homeowners associations. So that kind of case law, you might call it, or rules could evolve over time. Whereas there are other sorts of rules which I think are just so clear from the outset that maybe you could call them preemptive. But I think with something like pollution, it might make more sense for that to be created as a society is evolving, rather than trying to spell it out at the beginning. I mean, maybe within certain limits, you could say some very basic things at the beginning, but it might be challenging to articulate it in an objective way that people can adhere to.
And I think one of the free market solutions to pollution could be something like a tax on pollution, like a Pigouvian um, tax. Does that resonate with you at all? Like, maybe um, not ban pollution, but basically create certain incentives to reduce it.
Well, I don't know. Tax, that sounds like taking, well, at least one common understanding of a tax is where you're taking someone's money without their consent. And that I oppose. Now, there could be like a private system where you pay for the privilege of being able to pollute a certain amount or beyond the kind of baseline amount that everyone accepts. And maybe you could have something like that, but I would maybe call that just like fee for service or fee for good rather than a
Yeah.
tax. And if
But
someone violates the rules or laws in a given area, and then they have to pay a fine because they polluted too much beyond what the laws already allow, then I would call that a fine rather than a tax.
Okay. But the whole thing about the fee for service, well, if you person A and person B, I mean, pollution is so diffused that that, that's just not practically um feasible. You have to have some sort of um coordinating institution, which would be the government across uh wide spans of area. And I'm imagining maybe the government could um, tax pollution. If you tax something, you get less of it, or in order to reduce pollution to some sort of level, and then maybe give the money from that tax back to the people, um, that in order to compensate them for whatever risk remains. Um, I think that might be a good way to regulate pollution, and I'm wondering if that system resonates with you at all.
Well, I still don't like the idea of a tax. I think you used the term tax there. Like what you said, when you tax something, you get less of it.
Yeah,
And I think it's also true that if you fine people for doing something, then that's another way of getting less of it.
yeah,
But again, I wouldn't call that a tax. It's a financial penalty, but I don't think the way tax is normally understood, it's not a penalty people have to pay because they violated some law or rule. It's just the government initiating force against people by taking their money without their consent. I
yeah.
think that's a different kind of thing than a financial penalty for breaking a law. So I think you can disincentivize pollution and get less of it by applying penalties for breaking pollution laws,
Okay.
but I just wouldn't call that a tax. But
But
I think it can be challenging, as you said. Pollution, it's a diffuse kind of thing, and it can be challenging to set up clear laws and a clear structure of penalties and what exactly you're allowed to do. And um, I often hear objectivist philosophers say, well, you would need a philosopher of law to spell all this out. I can just only talk in abstract terms. And I think this might well be a case where you really need someone with expertise, maybe consulting with scientists about various things to in order to objectively spell out a system that makes sense and that respects rights. And it could be challenging to do, not an easy thing, but um, something that could be done and could evolve with time. Uh, and then, but I think the way to think of it though is you've got a system of property rights which has been spelled out, and then violations of those rights by polluting too much, for example, will have certain penalties associated with them.
yeah.
But they won't be taxes. They'll just be like fines. I don't know if there's
Okay.
a better technical term for it,
So
but
do you know who Murray Rothbard is?
yeah, I mean, I don't know a lot about him, but I know a little about Murray Rothbard. Yeah.
He was a libertarian anarchist philosopher, anarcho-capitalist rather philosopher, and he talked about um and his position was to ban all pollution because if all even if everyone puts out just a little bit of pollution um it into the sky, it aggregates, and there's at least one premature death that could happen, right? And people talk about the Obama passed a regulation called the Clean Power Plan, and it was projected by the EPA to prevent 3,000 to 6,000 premature deaths. So when everyone's little pollution aggregates, then people die prematurely, and that's a rights violation. So I feel like the only coherent positions are either to ban all pollution, or if you want to allow some pollution, then to tax it and then give uh, the the revenues from that um, to the people so that they can be um, fully compensated for whatever risk remains, um, so as not to leave them worse off uh, under something like a non-worsening principle or a non-aggression principle. So that's kind of how I would think of pollution. And so I think the restrictions that this philosopher of law would come up with um, would be a lot more restrictive than a lot of than what a lot of objectivists now would think it would be.
Okay. Just one thought on that is, um, I think it might be ignoring the benefits that come with pollution. Like you said, if like you said some statistic about how many people would die, 3,000 something. What was that again? Could you say that again?
The Obama era Clean Power Plan was projected to prevent 2,700 to 6,600 premature deaths annually by 2030 by reducing power plant emissions. And this was basically a regulation that was proposed by the EPA that the Democrats supported, but that Trump signed an executive order to overturn.
Okay. So I don't know how they come up with that number, but I just wanted to say that it's important to consider the benefits associated with that pollution. Uh, that's like maybe some people die, but millions of people are able to live and wouldn't live without fossil fuels. Alex Epstein has talked a lot about this. He's an objectivist who is. Have you heard of Alex Epstein?
Yeah, I have.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
he
maybe you know
wrote
some of this.
Fossil Future.
Yeah, yeah, and he talks about the immense benefits of fossil fuels, and millions or billions of people might not be able to live if we got rid of fossil fuels in the name of getting rid of all CO2
Yeah.
emissions. So even if you could have like no deaths due to pollution if we completely got rid of fossil fuels, but then you might have save a few thousand, like 3,300 or whatever, 6,000. But then on the other hand, you might have billions of people who die for lack of fossil fuels. So I think that also needs to be considered. And
Yeah.
go ahead.
Well, I agree with you that that there's a lot of benefit that we get from pollution, but basically, if we're going to take the uh, non-worsening principle, which is seriously, which is just another way of saying the non-aggression principle, basically leaving no one worse off, then we have to find some way to um, uh, coordinate the the economic system such that um, the beneficiaries, which are all of us, um, uh, compensate or make the losers whole um, for whatever they have to go through. So I think there has to be some sort of revenue raising or some sort of tax. Um, it it that's maybe um, distributed equally or distributed based on some sort of actuarial principle of like how much, what is the expected value of the risk that each person is bearing. So, uh, and then compensate them accordingly based on the tax. So I think what I'm saying is yes, let's have a lot of pollution. Let's have um uh let's get the wins from pollution that we do, but we also need to compensate the losses if we take the non-worsening principle seriously. And I think that's where Pigovian taxes with some sort of redistribution back into the economy could could attempt to satisfy that requirement.
All right. I want to say something about the way you described the NAP, the non-aggression principle, which libertarians often mention that, but Ayn Rand, she doesn't use that term. She speaks of the initiation of force, um, but I think it amounts to the same or at least similar ideas. But the way you described it was leaving no one worse off. But that is not the way Rand understands it. I think that's far too vague and broad to be a characterization of what I'll call the non-initiation of force principle. It's a very specific kind of worsening off of somebody. It's specifically initiating physical force. So, if I punch someone, if I take their money, their wallet without their consent, that is initiating force. If I frown at you and maybe it hurts your feelings, it causes you to have a bad day or something, that is not initiating force. That is not a violation of the non-initiation of force principle. You might say it leaves someone worse off because it hurts their feelings for a few minutes or hours or days, but that's not a violation of the principle. So I think that if you formulate it that way, it's very subjective and arbitrary, and there's no way to construct a system with that as your principle. I think one of the great things about the way Ayn Rand defines it is that it's very objective. It's not subjective. There might still be some gray areas, like exactly what counts as initiation of force when it comes to intellectual property. Maybe that takes the work of a philosopher of law. There can be challenging cases to work out, but the basic idea of it, I think, is clear and objective. Whereas if you're only formulated as leaving no one worse off, then I don't think there's any way to build a system around that. And then you might get yourself into these impossible cases of, what do we do about pollution or something, because there's just no way to put that into practice. But let me pause there.
Um, yeah, that's interesting that you bring that up. I yeah, certainly like I think maybe like saying mean things to someone, can make them worse off, but you wouldn't want to ban something like that. So I think I think you're right about that there has to be like you have to define like an objective utility function like the like assets or something like that as opposed to um uh subjective experience. But you know even if you say, well, um when I was saying the non-worsening principle, it was something like the um uh, basically prohibiting um uh exchanges of uh property that are um not Pareto efficient. Um and I think that
I just
even
shared
under
my
that,
screen. I don't know if you can see that. I was taking some
oh,
notes
oh,
as we were,
nice.
so the audience maybe can follow along a little better.
Thank you. So, so even if um the you define it more narrowly, I mean,
Oh, hold
having
on.
your
Sorry. Hold on for just 1 second. I need to check something on my phone. Yeah, I'm still getting used to making sure I'm showing the correct screen with my new setup here, and I think it's okay. All right. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
no, you're fine. Um, but I think even if you think of it in terms of basically what you have a right over or your property, well, if people, I know objectivists don't really like to talk about use the term self-ownership that libertarians like to use. But I think it nets out to the same thing, which is that you have rights over yourself. Um, and and I still think wi without getting into the weeds of uh, subjective versus objective and what counts as property or what you have rightful control over, um, I still think pollution does um, m- m- does shorten people's lifespans. And so if we are to take the rights principle seriously, then we have to um, then we have to find some way to um, compensate the losers, or at least, but we can't, since it's very difficult to attribute a specific death or a specific death's timing to pollution, um, then maybe some sort of general dividend to um, compensate people for the risk or the expected value of um, pollution that is funded by um, taxes on pollution would make sense to me as the closest thing that we can get to a rights respecting situation.
All right. I realized as you were talking that the screen I intended to share wasn't showing up on YouTube. It was showing up on Zoom, so you could see it. But
Oh,
I think I have to change a setting in OBS for it to appear there, and I don't want to figure out how to do that right now. So I just closed it. So let's see. So I was trying to think of listen to you at the same time as I was doing that. I was a
yeah.
little distracted, but I guess one point you did make that I heard was pollution shortens people's lifespans, so there ought to be a way to compensate that, compensate people for that.
Mm.
But I again wonder if that's omitting consideration of the benefits. Like maybe it also lengthens people's lifespan given the things that come along with the pollution. So um, I don't
Oh,
know that it makes sense to think the people need to be compensated for any detrimental effects of pollution, um, at least beyond a certain amount. But defining like what is the acceptable amount of pollution, I guess that's a challenging thing, which I was trying to say a little about before.
mm,
Like when you first start a society, maybe you won't have any laws against pollution, um, but also there's noise pollution. That's another thing. Like, um, are there laws against noise pollution? What is meant by noise? Like, let's say it's the middle of the night and you're blasting music super loud on your stereo, so it's keeping everyone awake. You might call that noise pollution. Um,
yeah.
and now, should people be compensated for that? What if you're just walking down a street or you're walking through the woods and there's another person walking nearby, maybe going the other direction, and they say something, they're talking on the phone, and you
Yeah.
overhear a few seconds of their conversation, and they say something vulgar, and it annoys you. So it causes you some mental pain. Do you now need to be compensated for that? Um, is that a violation of your rights? um, I mean, maybe in some contexts, maybe we could spell out a context where that is a violation of your rights. Like maybe there's a private park and there's a rule that anyone who goes to this park, they're not allowed to talk on their cell phones because it's supposed to be set up for just peaceful, calm, contemplative walks. And so if someone is yapping on his cell phone, that can really disrupt the environment that is intended to be there. So I think the solution here, I guess, as in many cases, is privatization. You privatize a piece of land, you create the rules, and then you can sue someone if they violate the rules. And so I don't think there's anything like, I guess, innate about pollution that makes it something that someone has to be compensated for. I think it might just depend on the context. And then in a given context, some pollution, whether it's noise pollution or particulate matter in the air pollution, that is, I guess, typically what is meant most often when people say pollution. All that is just spelled out in the contract, if there is one, for a given area. And if you violate the terms of the contract, then I guess you could get some kind of compensation. But I don't think it's just like anytime, anywhere, no matter what the context, there's pollution, we can just infer from that someone deserves some kind of compensation.
Okay. Um, I yeah, so I think you're you're right to point out there was you made a good point, which is, well, you also, for every person that say dies prematurely because of pollution, you also have to look um at the counterfactual of, like, if the pollution was banned, then would they even uh would that individual also um uh uh die earlier? So you have to, and uh I think Bastiat uh, talks about the seen and the unseen,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I'm sure you've heard about the seen and the unseen
Yeah.
before. Um, and so we can uh, see the effects of pollution shortening lives, but we um, don't see the effect of pollution in lengthening um, lives through inner access to affordable energy and that sort of a thing. But so I think that really is an empirical question, and that's not something that I really have access to or research done. But I still sort of stand by my principle that if there is um, a net, when you look at both sides of the issue, uh, if there's a net worsening in terms of life, then uh, there's a role for um, a tax with some sort of dividend back to the population. Um, there's a role there, but I know we aren't going to agree, so I might want to shift gears. Um, I just want to say my point. I can let you say your final point,
Okay.
um, if you want to. Um, I can also bring up another subject or two, and then I think I'll be done.
All right. I don't know if I have more to say on the tax issue and the dividends. So I'll just repeat what you said to see if I got it. You said if there is a net, you're not saying there is a net negative, but if there is a net negative due to pollution, then you think it's good for there to be a tax on, I guess, whoever is causing the net negative, and the money that they pay in taxes can be distributed to whoever was adversely affected in a net negative way. If is that the gist of what you said?
It, yeah, and I think you have to think on the margin, so it's not all all pollution or no pollution. It's like um what is the what is each incremental, what is each additional um unit of a given type of pollution? Uh, what does that affect? What are the effects of that in the population in terms of life years lost um, on the margin of that extra um, amount of pollution? Um, and uh, and you're right that that is a net number, like life years gained versus life years lost, that sort of a thing. Um, this isn't really an area of expertise for me, but I do think that there may be a role for some sort of taxation plus um, compensation in order to um, I mean I don't think anything can perfectly approximate um, full full rights, but that would get us to as close as possible to something like the non-initiation of uh, a forced situation that we can, given a sort of tough and messy situation.
Okay. Let me think. Uh, I was thinking about this idea of a net negative due to pollution. Even that, I'm not sure that would warrant some kind of compensation, if at least if the person has voluntarily decided to live in this place. And I was thinking of the cases of smoking. Like, let's say that there's a person knows that if they smoke, they're going to lose. I don't know if it's possible to know this, but let's say they know that that's going to take 5 years off of their life.
Yeah.
And they choose to smoke nevertheless, just because they really enjoy it and they think it's worth the enjoyment they get to live 5 years less.
hmm
Now, I was thinking, could that similar kind of reasoning apply in a case of someone choosing to live in a society where there's some amount of pollution? Let's just say, for the sake of argument, that they somehow know that by living in this society, they are going to lose 5 years off their life, compared to let's say if they live in Los Angeles, they're going to lose 5 years off their life due to pollution. Whereas if they live in Montana, they would live they wouldn't lose those 5 years. But then they choose to live in LA because they like all that LA has to offer that they can't get in Montana. Now, does that person? So I guess you could say there's a net negative if we're just surely talking about, if we're not talking about the quality of life, if we're just surely talking about the quantity of life, like how long it is in terms of years. There's a net negative in this case if they, due to pollution, if they choose to live in LA versus Montana. Now, do they deserve compensation for that? If they've chosen to live in LA, I don't think that they do. So I was just trying to think how, even if we do stipulate that there is a net negative in terms of years lived, I don't think that that is enough to justify the idea that whoever is producing the pollution should be taxed or penalized, and then those monies should go to whoever's life was lessened. Because they might like that. Overall, they might like LA, and maybe the polluting companies, maybe they play a role in producing the kind of industry, commerce, or whatever that the person likes LA for. So they might think that those polluting companies in LA provide them a net benefit, even if it's a net negative on their length of life. It might be an overall benefit if you factor in the quality of their life.
Well, I I think e even if you have options, the quality of the options as a whole um, is being can be it, improved or made worse. And of course, if there's a specific pollution issue in Los Angeles, I might want to design a higher tax or a different tax for that locality, and versus um, in Montana, which might be facing another situation for more like localized sort of pollution, as opposed to something like carbon emissions, which affects the globe, which is what the um, I think part of what the Clean Power Plan was um, attempting to remedy. But y- I, I I just personally I have uh, I've uh, I have trouble seeing how how having a choice it in having a better situation versus a worse situation um n negates the fact that you are um basically deviating um from the non-aggression principle or the non-worsening principle. Um and so I mean I feel like someone could um uh yeah, but I'll let you go ahead.
I guess I'm
Um
not sure that there is a deviating. If you think I'm deviating from it, that's what I don't see. Like, I'm imagining, if let's say that the United States is laissez-faire capitalists,
okay.
and there are some cities where there's a lot of industry and relatively a lot of pollution, like LA,
Mhm.
and then there are other places like Montana, which have much less pollution, much less industry. Uh, Now, I don't think that is enough to say, well, rights are being violated in Los Angeles, but not in Montana, because there's a lot of pollution which is adversely affecting people in LA, whereas there's not in Montana.
Uh-huh.
Um, but it sounds like maybe on your view, that's enough to know, like, that rights are being violated, that some people are initiating force. Just any amount of pollution anywhere that's enough to know that rights have been violated
I mean that was Murray Rothbard's view, who was a libertarian,
Yeah,
and
I don't agree with that. That doesn't seem right to me.
it
I mean, CO2, we emit CO2 when we breathe. Is that pollution? Am I violating rights by breathing?
the yeah, I mean I think that there are like reasonable thresholds and definitions and that sort of a thing. Um, but I think when you go above that, that's pollution. And Rothbard's view was to ban pollution, and that's not my view because, like you said, um, pollution has benefits. But when you start to uh, allow those benefits um, on the margin, each additional unit of pollution is going to um, produce some amount of losers, some number of people who are made worse off. And so basically, the purpose would be to tax pollution, maybe um, bring pollution down to a certain level, and also um, generate enough revenue to um, basically compensate people for taking on um, uh, whatever sort of risk remains um, to their life. But um, we don't have to keep going down this line of conversation. It
Uh,
seems sort of like a dead end, but you tell me. I'm just
okay, well, first I just
stating
want
the
to say
point.
thank you to the people listening. I see we are up to 13 likes, and that's good to see. So I appreciate that. And I do have at least one more round I want to go on this topic, and so I want to say that I definitely disagree with Rothbard if he says any amount of pollution is a violation of rights or is initiating force.
Mhm.
That doesn't seem right to me. If you're going to include, I mean, if you define pollution as just CO2 emissions
Yeah.
and breathing involves emitting CO2, well then it seems absurd to say that I'm violating someone's rights just by breathing.
Hmm.
So you said, well, there has to be a reasonable a threshold, and then anything beyond that, you could penalize someone for, or I don't know exactly how you put it, but I think I could go along with that. But then I think a lot of is um, importance is going to attach to what is a reasonable threshold, and it's going to take work to spell that out. And it might be that different thresholds apply in different places. Like maybe it's reasonable if you want to have a industrial town with lots of
Yeah.
industry and commerce. Maybe it's reasonable there to have a certain level of pollution. Whereas if you want to have a very calm, tranquil, pastoral kind of environments, maybe more like Montana, then it's reasonable to have a different threshold for the amount of pollution consistent with not violating rights and not initiating force. Maybe even there in Montana, there can be some pollution, like maybe someone can have a fire in his backyard. Maybe he wants to do a barbecue or something. It's not zero, but it's also not as much as would be okay in Los Angeles. So
Yeah.
I think maybe it just makes sense to have different thresholds as to what counts as reasonable in different areas, and that can evolve organically over time.
Yeah. I mean that's certainly a view you can take. I I I do think that that's possible. That might undermine the objectivity of law, which I know something that was something that Ayn Rand was big on, was um, ha having a consistent principle um, across all jurisdictions under a government and in all cases. But uh, yeah,
Well,
that
I want to say something on that. I don't think it violates the objectivity of law to have at least somewhat different rules in different places. Like I don't think you could have like, oh, and here in in Montana we allow murders, but in LA no, we don't allow that. We can have variation there. No, not that kind of variation, but I think you could have variation in other things, like maybe the amount of pollution, whether it's noise pollution or particulate matter in the air pollution. And this another case where this sort of issue comes up is career. Like it's a universal principle that everyone should have some kind of productive career, but that doesn't mean everyone has to be an architect,
yeah.
or everyone has to be a lawyer or a philosopher or an Uber driver. There's lots of optionality there, and likewise, it could be that um, everyone has to, like in every part of the country, there can't be so much pollution that you can't like breathe at all. You're going to die of inhaling smoke within 5 minutes. But I think there could be variations on a less extreme end, like LA versus Montana. Maybe that's within the permissible range of options. I don't think objectivity means everything has to be the same everywhere. Or like music venues, right? Maybe in most contexts you couldn't blast music, but in a concert hall or a stadium where bands perform, in that environment, you could have much larger music. There's no universal one size fits all. Every square inch of the United States, you have to have the same allowable decibels if you're playing music. So I don't think variation like that is per se a violation of objectivity. What would, I guess it would be a violation if this weren't all knowable in advance. Like maybe there should be um, contracts or just implicit understanding for any given area that there might be different rules. And if you go to a new city, maybe you'll have to learn some new things about what their rules are. It shouldn't have to like catch you by surprise and catch you off guard, so you had no way of knowing what the rules are, yet you're punished by the law for violating them. But that just means the laws for whatever area have to be spelled out somewhere and knowable in advance. It doesn't mean that the law everywhere has to be literally the same in terms of, like, for example, how much pollution is allowed in a given area.
Okay. Um, but I do feel like uh, pollution is a rights issue, and um, rights or the attempt to um, defend rights as best one can, um, I feel like has to be consistent across uh, areas. So I feel like you have to have a similar um, treatment of pollution across areas. Um, but I know we aren't gonna gonna agree on that. But
Well, I
that's
think pollution beyond a certain level could be a rights issue, but I don't think just pollution per se is is a rights issue. Like if we're defining CO2 to be pollution, then as I said, I don't think breathing is a rights issue.
Mhm. But what
Uh,
if it like I don't know, heats up the earth and makes natural disasters worse, and then um, people lose years off their life or whatever. Um, I feel like there has to be um, if you're going to allow something like that, then the the winners from pollution and capitalism um, have some sort of obligation to uh, compensate the losers, or at least cut back on their consumption.
Well, the egoism has to be possible in any good society, and so if the laws prevent you from breathing because they're going to heat the world up. I think when you set up society, it's premised on the idea that mutual coexistence is possible. If it's not possible, if you're like in a lifeboat scenario and the lifeboat can only hold one, and there's two people fighting for the lifeboat, then that's not really a situation where rights are relevant. Rights
Mhm.
only are relevant in a society where long range coexistence is possible. I mean, the whole point of rights is to define how you relate to other people in a social context. It defines what you are allowed to do and not allowed to do vis-a-vis other people. Um, so it's coexistence has to be possible for rights to be even an issue. Um, and if breathing is going to make existence impossible for other people, then it sounds like we're not in a rights context.
Um,
I'm curious what your other issue. If you want to respond to this, that's
yeah,
fine. But I'm also curious to hear what the other issue is you wanted to talk about.
well, I mean uh, br- I don't think taxing breathing would be a very good idea, because uh, I mean, uh, sort of have to breathe to be alive, and so it's kind of um, would be a very inelastic tax, and usually you and b basically want to target the the uh, most elastic uh, uh, margin and consumers and producers first. Um, so I don't think it would be effective for something like breathing. Um, but I the I did want to bring up a counterexample to property rights that I had an idea about
Okay.
that um, has concerned me in the past is, and I think Harry Binswanger actually responded to this, and I think he actually agreed with me here, um, that basically you could have in a private property rights system, theoretically, someone could, I don't know, buy up all of the land around your house and then imprison you inside of your house forever. Um, so, um, like, w- according to property rights, people have the right to prevent trespassing. So I feel like with property rights, in theory, there could be a situation where somebody could be locked into their home like a prison, and die. Do you sort of understand
Yeah.
the situation that I'm thinking of?
Yeah, I've heard of this case before, and what I recall Harry saying about this, and I don't know if he said this to you, but that there would have to be some kind of, I think it's called easement. I think that might
Mhm.
be the technical legal term. I'm looking it up right now to see if I can get a definition. An easement is a non-possessory legal right to use another person's land for a specific limited purpose, such as access or utilities, without owning it. So maybe in this kind of case, there would have to be a way of you to for you to cross this other person's land in order to get to other resources, but they don't have a right to make your life impossible. The whole point of rights is to make uh, mutual coexistence possible among people. So that idea would be violated in if you surrounded someone's property so they could never get out, and then they starve to death because they can't get access to other resources or something. That's not a rights context. A rights context is one in which mutual long range existence is possible. So there would have to be something like an easement for someone to cross someone's land to get other places and resources.
So the idea is that the from my recollection of this issue and from what you've said is that um, basically um, life in this case takes precedent over strict property rights, right?
Well, I'm reluctant when you set up a when you frame it that way as if they're like at odds. I mean, property rights are meant to implement the right to life, and but rights in general they have to be consistent with other people's ability to live, because again that's the whole point of rights. They are principles that enable people to live mutually together in society. So to claim I have a property right to him in somebody else by like buying up all the property around him, I think that's like a pseudo right. That's not really a right. So I'm not saying life takes precedence over property rights in this case. I'm saying that's a pseudo right. That's not really a right that someone has.
Yeah. And what about like I feel like though if like uh right let's see if right if property rights are subordinated or if property rights fall under the category of rights to life or that they follow from the right to life, um, then then the then the right to life gets to um, structure our understanding of what property rights mean. Is that a fair summary of your position?
I think so.
That
Yeah,
okay.
conditions the the right to life conditions the way we understand subsidiary rights, like the right to property or the right to the pursuit of happiness, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Yeah, the life. Exactly, getting clear on the difference is on those the ones mentioned in the Declaration. um, I don't know that I have that all worked out perfectly, but I do think the fundamental right is the right to life, and that does condition the way we understand property rights, or should
And
condition.
and so um, why doesn't our understanding of the right to life um, condition property rights such that we understand that um, uh, uh, the government has a role in uh, providing uh, welfare to people in order to um, prevent them from not dying. Like, could we take from the from this sort from this? edge case sort of about being imprisoned in your property by someone buying up all the land around you. Could we extend the principle to welfare, um, and maybe say that it's a pseudo right to have all of your uh, income or all of your property if other people are suffering? Could you make I feel like you could maybe make some sort of a similar argument.
Well, this is reminding me of an island case, which I thought of. I was thinking a few years ago about it a lot. Um, it's sometimes called Coconut Island. There's a vulgar version of it you might have heard if you watch some internet streamers, but I think I can make it in a non-vulgar way. Like, let's say that you're on this island with some coconut trees, and um, one guy, there's two people, and your plane crashes on the island. This is how the
Mm.
example is set up sometimes. The plane crashes on the island, and there's only two survivors in the plane crash,
Oh,
and I guess they're both unconscious at first when but eventually one of them wakes up, regains consciousness, and then he finds there's some coconut trees on the islands, and he collects all the coconuts for himself. And then the other guy who survives, he then wakes up and he finds that all the coconuts have already been collected by the other guy, and that's the only food on the islands.
oh,
Now, does the guy who happened to regain his consciousness first and collect all the coconuts, does he have a right to those coconuts? Even though if the other guy doesn't get some of those coconuts, he's going to starve to death. And I think I actually raised this case with Harry, or at least a similar case with Harry Binswanger, and I think his view was that no, that he doesn't have a right, because you can't have a right in a way that if that involves making someone else's existence impossible. But this is again like this is a lifeboat kind of case. I think
mm,
that was Harry's point. Like if you're on a lifeboat and it can only hold one person and two people are fighting over it, do you have a right to the lifeboat if the other guy's existence depends on it? Well, no, you don't have a right to it, but he doesn't have a right to it either, because both of your lives depend on it, and you can't. Neither of you can exist without it. So this is again not a case. It's an emergency case. It's a lifeboat case. It's not a case where mutual long run coexistence is possible. So it's not a case in which rights applies. So I would say it is a pseudo right for the guy who gathers all the coconuts to himself to say, I've got a right to these. I got them all. I did the work of climbing up the coconut tree and picking them off. And I don't care that the other guy's going to starve to death if I don't give him any. I did the work. No, that's not the sort of context in which rights applies. Now, when you're talking about welfare, that's like an advanced society where I'm assuming, you can tell me if you had something else in mind,
yeah,
but it sounds like it's not a lifeboat emergency case. We were talking earlier, I don't know how many hours ago, about how few people, in my view, actually need welfare to survive. Like maybe if you're a quadriplegic and you're mentally handicapped, Down
mm,
syndrome or something, there's nothing you can do to survive, and you have to rely on private charity. But in the vast majority of cases, people can support themselves, and they don't need welfare. They don't need assistance from others to survive.
mm,
Um, so I don't think that you can make an argument, excuse me, that you're preempting someone's ability to survive, and in I guess, a normal kind of society, such that they need welfare. And it's like it's not an emergency case. It's not a lifeboat case. So no, I don't buy that. Um, it's analogous to the case where someone has bought up all the land around you and there's no way out. You were trying to draw some analogy to that case. I think of it as the donut case. I don't know if it has an official
Yeah.
name,
Yeah,
but
that I think that's what that is, the donut.
yeah, the donut case. Yeah, so that, I guess if you, I don't see welfare as being like you're not stuck in a prison, in the way you would be if someone bought up all the land around you and you couldn't move out. There's so many opportunities you could take advantage of to support yourself in a free market, even in a mixed economy. I think there are probably sufficient opportunities to do something to support yourself such that you wouldn't need welfare, at least in the long run. Maybe I wouldn't get rid of it overnight, but at least in the long run, I don't think anyone, um, other than like maybe quadriplegics who are mentally handicapped, can do nothing to support themselves.
Yeah. I mean I do think that if the world became laissez-faire capitalists tomorrow, and I know you say, well, we need to phase it out, or okay. Well, if the whole world became capitalist over the course of 5 or 10 years or 20 years, um, at the end of that, if you take the capitalist economic system as a whole, um, uh, uh, I think in a world of 9 billion people, that they're going to be, I feel like at a minimum thousands who are going to be, uh, if you consider capitalism as a system, um, uh, that uh, that capitalism um, is unregulated laissez-faire capitalism is um, uh, potentially shutting um, people out from existing just based purely on the dynamics of where they find themselves and uh, their history and the history of their family and that sort of a thing.
Well, it's going to be a very tiny percentage, and I think an increasingly tiny percentage of people who need assistance because of advances in technology,
Mhm.
including medical technology, like with all the gene editing we can do now, and who knows what the future holds in terms of. So I think it's a diminishing number, and it's already tiny. A diminishing number of people who will need help,
Mhm.
and an increasing number of people who can help because of the increasing amount of wealth. And I think an increasing amount of benevolence with the increasing amount of freedom and wealth. So I think there will be ample private charity, increasing amount of private charity available for a decreasing number of people who actually need it.
Mhm.
And if you
Uh,
interfere with the freedom, if you start to hack away at people's freedom, I think you reverse that trend so that you start to expand the number of people who need it and decrease the number of people who are able to help people who actually need it.
but do you see a role for government to act as a backstop, like have maybe we can just call it a just in case welfare program where basically you have to have applied to, let's say, several private charities first, and then if it's still not sufficient, then the government steps in. Do you see some sort of um, I don't know, limited um, uh, backstop role of government welfare to uh, private welfare? Could we structure a system that privileges private charity while still uh, allowing the government to step in it if it turns out to be insufficient? I'm not saying it would be, but just in case it does.
No, I don't see that that would be appropriate.
Okay.
And if I was just thinking, like, if people don't care enough to help out through private charity, then if people are that indifferent or barbaric or malevolent, then why would they be? Why would they care to set up a government program that does it if they're not going to do it privately? Why would anyone want that?
Yeah.
If no one
I
wants it privately, why would they want to do something like that publicly? Force themselves to do something that nobody wants to do privately.
I think I'm assuming the answer would come back to something like a free rider problem or collective action problem or um uh something else because I think there is a dynamic that um that welfare does there isn't like a one for one exchange where every dollar of welfare that is cut from the government the private sector compensates. So, um, but maybe at a lower level, that will that equivalence does hold. Um, but yet, I, I still I still think it's possible to, uh, or it seems right for there to be, for the government at a minimum to be like a backstop to um to private charity if you're going to privilege private charity and attempt to make the entire globe, um, even undeveloped countries, fully capitalist.
Okay. Well, I don't know if you have any principle there. Then I don't know if there's going to be a way to constrain the extent of the government intervention if you allow any amount of coercing people. And I also don't think that there is going to be a free rider problem. And we talked about that some earlier.
Mm.
I don't think there's going to be a free rider problem. And there are ways to disincentivize free riders.
Yeah.
Um,
Um,
yeah, I'll just pause there.
so I think, but even if I grant for the sake of argument that that in in an objectivist world, um, no one will die from the implementation of the capitalist system itself. Um, what um, uh, I remember when we were talking about the donut case, right? Um, we were talking like in survival terms, life and death, right? Um, so, but let's say um, uh, that that isn't a problem that everyone survives. Um, what about just making people's lives better overall? Um, uh, would that be a role of government that you see?
Only to the extent of protecting people from force. And the way you mentioned survival as opposed to what you might call the quality of life, making people's lives better. Like, yeah, they haven't died, but maybe their life isn't that great. I think baked into the notion of survival in objectivism is it's not just survival at any price. And if you read Ayn Rand's work, The Objectivist Ethics, that's one place where she talks about this. What she means by survival or life, when she talks about life being the standard of value, is life qua man. She uses phrases like that, or life qua rational beings. And she spells that out in a certain paragraph as being the terms, methods, conditions, and goals that a human being needs to live by for the whole of his lifespan. Something like that. I'm not getting the exact words correct, but when she talks about survival, she has something very robust in mind. She doesn't just mean like you're in a coma and you're brain dead, but there's still some cellular metabolism going on.
Yeah.
She means something much more robust. Like if you read her novels, like the Life of Howard Rourke or John Galt. So I'm just concerned maybe there was a kind of false dichotomy to say, well, yeah, we've dealt with the problem of survival, but what about quality of life or making life better? But when we talk about survival, or when Rand talks about it, she means something very robust and healthy and happy.
I completely agree with you, and that's actually something that I wanted you to acknowledge for the sake of the argument, because I mean, if we go back to the donut case where someone was surrounded, I mean, uh, basically, um, killing the person inside isn't the only thing that you could do. You could you could let them go out for food, or uh, or you could give them food, but that they wouldn't really be living a flourishing life, right? So I feel like uh, you can take from that property rights are to be structured by and subordinated to the the flourishing life. So if someone is rich and they're flourishing, but then let's say there's someone who's poor, they're surviving, they're living a lower class or middle class life, but they aren't really flourishing as much as they could. Um, I think uh, redistributing um, some of the wealth to them, or instituting different government programs and that sort of a thing, that could uh, since property rights are and should be subordinated to flourishing, um, maybe um, we could use um, redistribution or government programs to facilitate flourishing, uh, because the wealthy person that you take from might still be flourishing even after um, you take from them, and in addition, you get the benefit of a new flourishing person. So, um, I think flourishing can be um, leveraged in favor of a more robust notion of the state and perhaps a mixed economy. Um, so that would be my argument there.
All right. Just want to acknowledge John. I see John Wayne has put in a bunch of chats. Thanks, John. And I don't know if I'm going to read them all now, but just want to at least acknowledge them. And again, thanks for the likes. Thanks for also any new subscribers and super chats. I'm still taking super chats, even though I guess the goal has expired. I set up a goal of 5 super chats in 3 hours, which we've already gone past that of 3 hours. But you can do super chats, super stickers at any time. So if you're getting value from this and want to help support the show, then I definitely appreciate super chats, super stickers. All right, so
And this will be my last point. I'll let you
okay,
have the last word on this, and I need to go, but uh that's just the case I would make um from if you take flourishing to uh structure property rights, then perhaps I don't know, the government funding research and development or entrepreneurship programs or welfare programs or um, universal health care or education. Like, uh, I think uh, uh, all of those things can facilitate flourishing, and they don't necessarily happen uh, to the same level in a laissez-faire system. So go ahead. Sorry.
okay. I want to come back to the flourishing points. Well, I guess I want to make one other point, which I guess connects to flourishing. So I was thinking about the donut case and whether that necessarily rules out flourishing. And I think it might depend partly on the size of the hole in the donut. So let's say that the donut is 5,000 miles in diameter. The hole in the donut is 5,000 miles in diameter. Now that leaves a lot of space. I mean, some people live their whole lives without traveling beyond that, especially if we're considering historical cases like centuries ago when people, they might live and die in one in the same town, or at least not travel outside their country. Now, if we've got all that property bought up, since there is still so much room within 5,000 mile diameter, or we could even say radius, make it even bigger, you might still think that even if you have that kind of donut case, that's compatible with flourishing. So we might have to define it more narrowly and say, okay, well, let's say that you've only got 20 feet in diameter, and that's the diameter that you have to occupy. Okay, well then maybe that is a violation of rights, a restriction on flourishing. So it's this is similar to the pollution. You can't just say, well, any amount of pollution, no matter what, is a violation of rights. It depends on the context. And likewise here, we might say, well, maybe not any donut kind of case is a violation of rights. Maybe it depends on the context. If it's a big enough donut, then okay, maybe it's not a problem. Maybe it's compatible with flourishing. And maybe we need a philosopher of law to spell out exactly what size donut is okay for there to be.
Okay. Yeah.
But it sounds like you want to. You were saying like if we have this standard of flourishing as like conditioning our understanding of what is a valid property right as opposed to a pseudo right, well, maybe then we could argue that for people to flourish, it would aid people's flourishing. Like if we had some wealth redistribution, maybe Elon Musk, you didn't give that example in this last segment, but you mentioned him earlier. If we take away $10,000 from Elon Musk and give it to some poor person, well, he's not going to really feel that very much since he's worth billions and billions. But it'll make a big difference to this very poor person. And you might say, well, okay, well, that'll aid the poor person's flourishing. And to that, I said earlier when you did bring up Musk explicitly that what's important here is the principle, not just the amount. If you get rid of the principle of property rights, that is a huge deal, and there's like a slippery slope, and there's there's nothing to stop further. Like, why not 15,000? Why not 20,000, et cetera? And we saw this happen with taxes growing in the U.S. And I don't think to flourish, I don't think it takes. Well, what do we mean by flourishing? Like, that also might vary in different contexts, but maybe I can say, like, in a general way, I don't think you need other people's wealth. You don't need other people's stuff in order to flourish yourself. What you need is freedom to produce and create values of your own, which you can then trade with other people. But I think primarily, and I also don't think it's good for your flourishing to think of yourself as a parasite who's living on others and who depends on them, depends on their wealth being expropriated for your benefit. I would feel very bad about that. I would rather be more poor and not be a parasite in that kind of way, than to be wealthier and to have it come at the cost of someone else's freedom to keep what they have earned. So it would only be in emergency cases like the Robinson Crusoe case, where my life is about to expire because I'm going to die for lack of caloric intake and I need to get some bread or something in my body or I'm going to die. In emergency cases, okay. But it sounds like you want to extend this beyond emergency cases to say, well, flourishing requires expropriating people's wealth in some cases. I think that plausibly more is going to more come at the expense of their flourishing. I think you could flourish better poor, knowing that you've earned what you have and other people are also free and their rights aren't being violated. I think that's so. Psychology is a big component of this. There's flourishing mentally and then flourishing physically. I think a lot of people could be very well off materially, but psychologically, I think they're very poorly off because, at least one reason, because they're not living by principles such as the principle of respecting people's rights, and there could be many other principles like the principle of honesty. So I think, well, I don't want to go on too long. I'll pause there and see if you want to say anything else at that point.
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, there are things that aren't like direct transfers of cash that are going to that the government can do to enhance flourishing that might not have the same psychological effect. Like, for example, like uh, universal education or universal health care or um, investing in entrepreneurship programs or investing in research and development and all these things. um, People talk about uh, uh, give a man a fish, um, feed him for a day, teach a man a fish, teach a man to fish, feed him for a lifetime, right? So I think there are certainly things, um, uh, and that's education, right? Teaching people. So I think there are certainly things that government um, can do to enhance people's flourishing without making them feel um, dependent or parasitic on um, uh, uh, w wealthy people. Um, and so that uh, that I think could be a valid political agenda is to say, hey, we're maximizing flourishing, and part of flourishing is self-reliance, but we are using government programs to help facilitate that self-reliance. Like, I don't know, subsidizing small business loans to help um, people start businesses that they would not have otherwise been able to make, for example. So uh, I don't know, that's sort of the way I think of it. But of course, cash transfers and redistribution could uh, be part of that as well.
Well, those things you mentioned, government education and subsidizing small business, that does involve parasitism. It may not be direct in the way that wealth, just sending someone a check like a welfare check is, but they're still dependent on coercing other people. And if you know that that's happening, then I think that's it's something I at least am not comfortable with. Like I would want to find a way um, that doesn't require other people to be coerced in order for me to get educated. And I mean, I don't think the government education system is very good, anyways. I think it's terrible,
Yeah,
and it could be much better if there were private education. And I think there would be private education. There's free market incentives for there to be that. People often say, well, if we had private education, then only the rich would be able to send their kids to school. I completely disagree with that. I mean, only the rich would be able to afford the best schools, but I don't think that means there would be no schools that
yeah,
serve poor people. Just like with food, right? You can eat at a 5-star restaurant, or you could eat at McDonald's. They're in everything in between. So I think there are going to be means for people to get educated and thereby help their own flourishing, which do not require coercing people to pay for it.
um, well, that's certainly you know very noble of you to not want to uh, impose on other people to get where you want to in life. And I agree with that principle. I don't really believe um, in becoming dependent on others or I mean, I think self-reliance is something that I value, and I think uh, when when you're parasitic on someone, um, then that's damaging because then they can coerce you in various ways, and you also aren't developing yourself in the ways that you ought to or that would be good for you. Um, uh, but uh, I think uh, I think uh, the psychological impact of some of the things that I talked about is going to land differently than just handing people cash, like a universal basic income sort of a thing. Like if you talk about uh the I mean education, entrepreneurship, uh funding, research and development, universal health care, all of these things can help enable self-reliance in the long run rather than inhibit it. And you know, uh, wealthy people might actually have an interest in redistribution because if all the wealth gets concentrated at the top, then there isn't enough wealth for people to buy what the wealthy are selling, and that's sort of what's going on with AI and automation potentially is that if automation wipes out a bunch of jobs, then the people with the robots will be producing a lot, but everyone will be unemployed and won't be able to purchase what the robots are making. So the redistribution can also enhance the flow as well in a heavily automated society. But So I certainly I agree with the principle and the sentiment of not becoming a parasite, not overburdening others. But like you said, um, uh, I think um, total property rights with no exceptions might be a pseudo right, um, right? So, um, and basically, um, uh, any property that undermines the flourishing of everybody is a pseudo right. So I still think uh, uh, it's possible to um, desire these programs in a society and not feel guilty about it if you reconceptualize the issue in terms of uh, maybe total property rights being a pseudo right, and so maybe I do have some right to uh, receive things from other people. That would be my thinking on it, at least.
Okay. I think it sounds like you're, well, when you say total property rights, it sounds like you might be ruling out emergency cases, like even that is a violation of rights, that shouldn't be condoned. Like you shouldn't even steal a piece of bread if it's required for you to survive. But I'm not endorsing that, as I've said. And Ayn Rand says, like in emergency cases, you could do something like that. Maybe you should pay it back, pay the person back once you are able to, but at least in that moment. So I'm not advocating total property rights. If that means I would never violate someone's rights, no matter what the circumstances. Well, maybe what I'd say is I wouldn't violate someone's rights, but in some contexts, rights don't apply because they're emergency scenarios. Or the Coconut Islands case, that might be another case where it's not a context where rights are relevant. But in cases where rights are relevant, that is in non-emergency cases, I guess you could say I think uh, total rights, yeah, they do apply. And I think but even in non-emergency cases, it sounds like you are, you think that some rights violations would be a good idea. And I had one or two more things to say about that. Oh yeah, handing people cash. You say maybe that's it's better if people get benefits in more indirect ways, like through education, government education. I think it might actually be cleaner, maybe more honest, and if you didn't have the government in getting involved in all these kinds of ways, like private education, private roads, medical care. There's just so much bureaucracy, which makes things, the quality, I think, of the education or the healthcare so much worse. Whereas if you didn't have all that bureaucracy, if you just gave people a check, like UBI, maybe, like if I think Yaron Brook has talked about this, like if you had a choice between just giving people UBI and getting rid of all the regulations, versus keeping all the government programs and not giving them UBI, maybe it's actually better to just give them UBI. It would just be so much more efficient. And
Yeah.
but so that was one point. Maybe it actually is if not better, at least a lesser of evils to just give people cash. The other point I wanted to make, let's see. Oh, you said wealthy people might have an interest in redistribution because maybe no one's buying their products that the robots are making because they can't afford it or something. So I forget exactly how the example went, but if it's in their interest for there to be redistribution, they can do that voluntarily. They don't need to be coerced in order to do that. If they want more people, and Henry Ford did this, I think I heard once that he wanted more people to be able to buy his Model T Ford, and that was a reason that he increased the wages of his factory workers, maybe so they also could afford his product. More people would buy it. So it was in his interest to somehow give people more wealth. And if wealthy people want more people to buy their product, they can very easily voluntarily give away more of their wealth. No government program is needed to coerce them to do that.
Yeah. I mean, I think again, it that might be a going on your last point. I think that might be a sort of uh, co collective action problem where for every person, um, you know, donating money, the benefits back to them of sales or whatever are sort of diffused with the benefits to all of the other producers. So it might not individually be in their interest, but uh, uh, collectively it may be. And that's where um, uh, uh, coercion might have a role to play in a proper government. And I was basically talking about automation, like how if people lost their jobs, then um, from automation, then they wouldn't be able to. Then it's possible that if no new jobs come, then they wouldn't be able to afford the things that the robots are making that took their job. So it might uh, choke the circular flow of the capitalist economy potentially. I'm not sh I don't understand the economics there entirely, but it's a scenario that some people have painted. I'm not sure how accurate or not it is. I don't know enough about economics to say, but it was I, I, I- I've thought of it maybe as a possibility of something that could happen.
Well, I wonder if that's a just form of Luddism, which has existed for centuries, I guess, at least since the Industrial Revolution. This worry about machines taking our jobs, and I think that might just be um, a kind of divine right of stagnation. That's there's an essay in Ayn Rand's book.
Mm.
I don't know if it's by Ayn Rand or Nathaniel Branden, because he contributed some articles to her book, The Virtue of Selfishness. But anyways, there's an essay in that book called The Divine Right of Stagnation, which I was reminded of. The idea that you should always be able to do the same thing and never have to get a new kind of job or develop a new kind of skill. You should just be able to do the same thing over and over and stagnate. But where would
Yeah,
we be if that's the sort of attitude that we had? Like, we can't make any progress because it might put some people out of work. Sure, but then there's other work to do and better work to do.
yeah. I'm actually not, I'm um I'm actually very optimistic about what this can do. I just feel like it has to be facilitated and lubricated by the right policies. Um, some of which may be uh, uh, redistributive, like maybe put a tax on robots to compensate the people who lost uh, their job because a robot took their job. That's a real possibility that um, could be coming down the pipe. But again, I don't know enough about automation and economics to say whether or not that's likely.
All right. Yeah, it's definitely a different kind of approach. I don't, because I don't, my mind doesn't go to tax as a possible solution uh, or a way of dealing with that. Um, like,
Yeah.
and I wonder, I don't know what the root issue is between us that causes us to have different approaches to these sorts of issues. Um, Ayn Rand often traces political issues back to ethical issues. I don't know where you stand ethically, but as you probably know, she stands for egoism. Would you say in ethics you're an egoist, or are you not that?
Mr. Uh, I mean, it, I mean, I don't know if I even still think in those terms. I mean, I do think in terms of like everybody's self-interest and maybe what could be derived from everybody's self-interest. Um, and um, I I don't really have as worked out uh I don't really have a worked out ethical theory, but I am I'm aware that there are different ethical theories that other than objectivism, like for example, there's Kantianism, which is like the categorical imperative. Um, there's utilitarianism, maximizing everyone's utility. Um, there's contractarianism and the different varieties of that. Um, so I mean, I think I do have sort of uh maybe I think maybe contractarianism is probably where my sympathy lies, but I'm open to um these other ethical theories as well. Um, and I do think a lot of them overlap uh, on the need um, for some sort of government intervention. But I wasn't really coming from the ethical angle, so to speak. I was coming from the the economic angle. But I appreciate your encouragement to think more about the ethical um, and really nailing down a position on this. So um, that might be a good place for me at least to stop, and maybe the next time we talk, I can do a little more thinking about that to have a clearer answer to you on that. But I do think um, it was inspired by my schooling in and thinking about economics. Um,
Okay. Yeah, we could talk about ethics sometime, some other time if you got to go. I do think it affects economics in some way. I think like if what is good economically, I think that's going to depend on what's good ethically. Like ethics deals with the basic question of what is good and bad or what is right and wrong. And economics is just a specific field. What is good and bad when it comes to the science of production and trade, or however, I don't know what the best way to define economics is, but the idea of good and bad or right and wrong is a ethical notion fundamentally. And if we want to apply that to a specific field like economics, that assumes that we already have some understanding just in a general way of what is good or bad. So if I guess if we don't yet have a clear idea of what is good and bad in general, then I guess there's going to be some unclarity that spills over into a field like economics, which involves terms like value. You know, what is a value, right? It comes up in ethics, in meta ethics. What is a value? And Ayn Rand has things to say about that. So I don't know if that would if that explains some of our differences in approach here. Like maybe if we had
But
similar ethical approaches, we would more likely be on the same page about some of these other issues in politics or economics. I'm not sure, but it's at least something I think might be worth exploring.
yeah, well, yeah, you're absolutely right that economics is more of a descriptive field, whereas ethics is more prescriptive. It tells you what you should do, whereas the special sciences like economics um, tells you what you should do, right? Um, I I do I have a book somewhere. I think it was edited maybe by David Boas, who was the president of the Cato Institute. But I did have a book. It was like 10 justifications of uh, libertarianism, or 10 ethical theories to believe in libertarianism. And it was interesting. There was like, and basically it was a collection of chapters from different authors, and you had um, an objectivist defense of the non-aggression principle, and a utilitarian defense, and a Kantian defense. And so basically you had thinkers in all of these different ethical schools um, uh, uh, overlapping. They had different justifications, but they came to similar conclusions uh, in favor of limited government. And so, um, you know, personally, um, I I just feel like maybe um, the non-aggression principle is inadequate um, to the situation. And then I work backwards from that. Well, if the right, if the correct government isn't a pure rights protecting government, if there's more flexibility in what the government can do, then I start thinking about what the government can do. And I think there can be some some over the different ethical schools can overlap in the same way uh, for thinkers in those schools who reject libertarianism and reject the non-aggression principle. And so I think a very similar book could be written. Hey, here's the contractarian defense of a welfare state, the Kantian defense, the utilitarian defense. Um, so I think it stems from from I think all of this stems from, hey, I feel like I've found these counterexamples such as the donut case or the market failures case or whatever, where I feel compelled to reject the limited government, or reject libertarianism. And then it's a matter of, once that's rejected, um, then I'm more open to um, uh, economic and political arrangements um, that allow for some degree of coercion in order to uh, facilitate the creation of economic goods, like in collective action problems and public goods issues. So that's kind of where I stand on it.
Okay. Well, I think you might have a view of flourishing because that was coming up when we were talking
Yeah.
about the donut case. So if you have a certain view of flourishing, whereas maybe you put more weight on the material aspect than the psychological aspect than I was doing, we might
Hmm.
have a different proportion of weight that we put on the various aspects of it. Maybe that results in you seeing certain things as being in economics as being a problem or not a problem, whereas I have a different view because I have a different view of what flourishing is. So that's maybe that's a way in which we have
Yeah.
different ethical views, which are shaping our political views. If we have different ideas of what flourishing is, then if the goal is to have a society that enables flourishing, well, then that's going to be affected, right? If we have different views of what flourishing means, then we're just going to be talking past each other when it comes to the realm of politics. So we might first need to get on the same page about what flourishing means just in an ethical context. And then if we can come to an agreement there, then we could move on to see, well, how does that apply in a political context? So I
Yeah.
suspect we might just differ over what flourishing is, and maybe that's the root of our differences in politics or economics.
Yeah. Well, part of my interaction with the concept of flourishing was to try to provide some sort of an internal critique. Like if flourishing is, assuming you believe that flourishing is a standard, why should we believe that your political system follows? Um, it's not necessarily a concession that um, flourishing is the ground of ethics and um, e even there are some egoists who are um, uh, I think believe in some sort of a welfare state like James Buchanan wrote uh, um blanking on the name of a book. I think it had Anarchy in the title. Let me look it up. Um, and he basically had had a system where it was called the limits of liberty between anarchy and Leviathan. And he said, well, everyone acting in their self-interest would create some sort of a limited welfare state. Um, there's also David Gauthier, spelled Gauthier,
Mm-hmm.
who and I mentioned him earlier when we were talking about like prisoner's dilemmas and dispositions to cooperate and that sort of a thing. And he wrote a book called Morals by Agreement. And he was basically an egoist, but Buchanan and Gauthier are sort of like um uh non-Aristotelian egoists. They're more like utilitarian egoists. Um, but they still come to um, uh, positions about political philosophy that I would say are classically liberal. So they're um, closer to laissez-faire than the Republicans or the Democrats, but they still aren't. I don't think either of them would go all the way to laissez-faire. And then uh, so uh, so yeah, then it becomes a definition of like what is egoism, right? And that's a whole thing into itself.
Mm-hmm.
And um and then also, you know, property rights depends on what property is, and there's different people who um have believe different things, have different theories about how property is acquired, like the Lockean theory of acquisition of property versus, and so there are all these ongoing debates that just for me complicate and cloud uh, the um, the picture of, oh, egoism flourishing, therefore um, uh, the non-aggression in a limited state, I feel like there are a lot of assumptions and there are a lot of jumps, and I'm just not there yet. Um, and I feel like maybe it'd help for me to write out um, all my thoughts rather than just going off the dome because I'm kind of um, bringing up a lot of random things. But
I,
I would, yeah, go ahead.
I do think the what egoism means is controversial. Maybe not to many people's minds, but at least to objectivists, we are aware that Ayn Rand's egoism is different than what many people take egoism to be.
Mhm.
So, and if we're not on the same page about what egoism means, then I think that's going to have downstream effects on um, what politics are consistent with egoism. Uh, I don't know that I would end up in the same place as Gautier or Buchanan, given their understandings of egoism. I haven't read either of them, but I would be surprised if they agreed with Rand's view of egoism. And you say they're classical liberals, but not laissez-faire proponents.
Yeah,
Okay, so yeah, I think that maybe that's a fruitful direction to go, is just getting clear on what egoism means, and then politics is downstream from that, I think. So
yeah,
we're probably not going to agree on politics and what enables flourishing or a egoistic life until we're on the same page about egoism, which maybe we're not, and
So,
that's just something we could explore sometime.
just to clarify my position, I think I am an egoist in the sense that I guess I assume that everyone pursues their interest, and then I uh, um I basically try to uh figure out what sort of political arrangements would follow from that. So I do think I am I find myself more so in the contractarian tr tradition of political philosophy where everyone is just already assumed to be selfish and basically um uh how how that gets fleshed out um uh in terms of a political system. And so it isn't really um about who whether we should be selfish or not. Like that's not really the thinking. It's more like given that everyone does pursue their interests, um these are the sorts of um uh things that we know from game theory and that sort of a thing, in economic theory, um, that we can derive from that in terms of a political system that would arise from everyone being selfish. Um, but again, I have to do some more thinking about that.
Okay, I don't think everyone is selfish. I think some people are, in Ayn Rand's sense of selfish,
Yeah.
and some people are not selfish in that sense. Many people, I guess most people are not, and I think it would be good if they were selfish in Rand's sense, and that unfortunately they aren't. But if we assume everyone is selfish in Rand's sense, then I guess I would think that her politics of individual rights follows from that.
Mhm. Um,
But what is, I guess I don't know whether you think that everyone is selfish in Rand's sense, or in some other
Well,
sense.
the sense I mean is like I don't know, the very general sense of the, I don't know, everyone maximizes the satisfaction of their own preferences or something like that. We don't really have to, basically it's the idea that everyone has a utility function, and it isn't really attempting to define what people prefer or what people should prefer, but just the fact that people maximize whatever it is that they do prefer. Um, and that's kind of the idea of subjective value. So everyone has their own subjective value utility function. And
Do you
yeah,
think that's deterministic? I don't know if you're familiar with that term. Like, do people automatically necessarily pursue their self-interest on your view, or do you think they choose to, and they don't have to? They could choose something different, but just as a matter of fact, everyone just chooses to pursue what's in their own interest.
that's a good question. I I I think it is like tautological or deterministic in that sense. Yeah.
Okay, well, that could be another fundamental parting of the ways here, because Ayn Rand uh, supports free will and thinks
Yeah.
it's a fundamental choice we have as
I
to
do
whether.
too.
Okay,
I I think
well,
I
it
believe
wouldn't
in,
be deterministic if it's chosen. On Rand's view, at least, she's not a compatibilist um, who thinks free will is compatible with determinism.
I mean, I think we have control over what we choose, but we don't have control over the fact that we choose whatever we think is best for us to choose. Um, and that's the maximization of the satisfaction of our preferences idea. And then uh, I think when you look at that from a global scale and you zoom out from any one individual and you just look it if your lens of analysis is just looking at everyone and everyone has a utility function, um, basically, um, it in what sorts of ways um, would they interact and that sort of a thing. I think from there, um, economics and game theory can give you a pretty good idea of how um, things would play out from there, and then that might give you an idea of what a government looks like or should look like or something like that from the ground up, so to speak, uh, without historical contingencies and that sort of a thing. Um, but again, this is all stuff that I haven't uh, looked at in a while, or still haven't had a worked out idea of. Um, I mean, I did kind of jump on this chat. I unprepared on a whim, so to speak. And so I did did not do all the homework that I needed to do coming into this, but I just have basically some ideas, but I'm glad to have this conversation because I will probably watch some of this later and I can do do research into it and maybe try to um make my position more like clear and defined.
Okay, all right.
Well,
Well, we can end it here if you want. I
yeah,
do really appreciate you coming on, and glad we are able to have this conversation. So, thank you for
yeah,
doing
thank you.
that.
It was a really long conversation. I did not expect that jumping on, but I I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I wish you the best of luck with your channel.
Thanks. Best of luck to you as well. And
Thank
I do
you.
these streams every 5 days. That's typically what I do. So I'll probably be here again. What would that be? Thursday? Um, Thursday. I guess we'll be into April by that point. But whatever that day is, Thursday of next week is probably going to be my next stream. If you happen to want to jump back in, that's probably going to be the next time I stream.
All right. Well, sounds good. I hope you have a good night.
All right. You too.
Thank you.
Yep. Bye bye. All right. Well, that might have been the longest call I've ever done. I can't think of a call that was longer than that. I don't know when it started, but it was long. All right. Let me take a look at the chat. See what's going on in there. See, looks like John Wayne is the only one who's chatted for a while. Now that the call is over, I can go back to my OBS window. See, the outline is not as sharp as on the Zoom, especially when I move. It's very noticeable. One thing I wanted to figure out is why my Google Voice was not working. Oh, somebody new just called in to the Zoom number. Wesley. Okay, should I take this call or should I try to learn a little about this person first? Can you let me know in the YouTube chat if that's you who called in? Usually I like to have some idea of who's calling. I might need to take a break soon also. I don't know what my limit is here. Maybe I can do another half hour or so. If that's you who called into the Zoom waiting room, could you please let me know on YouTube if that's you? Even if you have a different screen name on YouTube, you could just say, hey, it's me, Wesley, in the Zoom room. Oh, there it is. He says, sure, I am in Huntington, West Virginia. Okay. And is there anything in particular you wanted to discuss? Can you let me know? Maybe while he's doing that, I should take a quick break. I think I'll do that. Maybe like the dream God told you to tell is probably something you will flatly deny, but ... All right, I guess he's typing more. Sounds like you might be a theist. You believe in God. There is the matter of your God telling you, don't tell the vision on March 31st, 2020. It was Satan that told you. All right, sounds kind of strange, Wesley. I don't know if I want to take this call. See, this is the reason why I think it's good to screen calls sometimes. You say, I am a Jew. I worship and pray to Jesus. I have the dove that was on Noah's Ark above my head. Sounds kind of kooky to me. All right, I don't think I'm going to take this call. Yeah. I'm not going to take this call. Super chats are still open. Super stickers. I might have to mute Wesley or block him. He's still typing. I don't want my chat clogged with nonsense. I just removed them from the Zoom waiting room. I do want to get the Google Voice number working. I don't know why. It's having a similar problem to the one I was having last stream. And I was able to fix that problem, but I don't remember how I did it. And someone actually called in, and I was able to hear him, but the audience was not. This was at the very end of the last stream. And I know how to fix it now so that the audience can also hear them. But what I don't get now is why I can't even hear a call, or I can't pick up the call and allow my mic to work. That's what I need to figure out. Okay, I think that is... Oh, now it looks like... Okay, let me do a quick call, see what happens. I'm going to test it again by calling it from my phone. Oh, let's see. You can hear it ringing now, right? I just said...
Call from. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
All right, I think it's working. Yes, it is working. You might hear some weird echo. But I was able to pick up the call this time. And I don't know what changed. All right, I'm going to hang up. All right, so I was able to get through. Does anyone else want to try? Just, it doesn't have to be a long call. We can just do it as a test. But I'm going to screenshot the settings I have right now, and maybe that'll help me remember in the future in case it looks different. I'll know what I need to go back to in order to make it work. I think there's 3 options here. There's microphone, ringing, and speakers. And the microphone is now set to my podcast mic, whereas before I think it might have been something different. So maybe that was the issue. I want to play this back using the DVR, see how it sounds. That's where you can say your name, but I didn't say my name. All right, I think it's working. Yes, it is working. You might hear some weird echo, but I was able to pick up the call this time, and I don't know what changed. All right, I'm going to hang up. All right, so does anyone else want to try? Okay, good. It's the Google Voice number is working, which is the one I have on my background and on my thumbnail. And hopefully it'll work from the beginning next time, so I don't have to start up Zoom. But has there been any choppiness or buffering? I didn't see anyone in the chat mentioning anything like that, so Maybe it was smooth the whole time. I hope it was. I thought using Google Voice might help eliminate that. But maybe it wasn't necessary. Oh, Wade is here. Hi, Wayne. Wade. Yeah, it's been a long time. Wade is in South Africa. Unless he's moved. Yeah, it's been months since I've seen Wade here. What time is it in South Africa? You're probably like 8 or 9 hours ahead, right? So I guess it's early morning for you. All right. I think I might wrap up soon. It's getting late here, but I want to take a quick break. Sometimes when I take a break, I do 10 minutes. I think maybe I'll take a shorter break because I'm about to end anyways. I think maybe I won't go beyond like another half hour. 9:30 Eastern. Unless I get some really good chats going. I guess if I have really good discussions or if a lot of people show up, that'll encourage me to stay on longer. That's what happened last stream. I was about to end the stream, and then a bunch of trolls showed up, and I got a record number of viewers. It was almost up to 30 viewers, which I had never had before. I think my max was 20, except for when Harry Binswanger was here, and then we had around 40. But typically, I had far fewer viewers than I had last time, but a bunch of people just showed up at the end. Now, if they're all trolls, then it's probably not worth sticking around for. But if I have a lot of genuine people who show up and start engaging me in the chat, then I'm more likely to stay around longer. Oh, Wade says it's 6 in the morning. Okay, so you're 9 hours ahead of me. All right, I'm going to take a short break, like under 5 minutes, I think. And then I'll come back and we can do a little more if you want. Wade says, it seems like you have drawn battle lines. Aren't dichotomies such that both sides tend to hold some truth, like faith and reason? I see. My background, I've got the good and the bad columns. So that's what you mean. I've drawn battle lines, and I have faith on one side and reason on the other, for example. I think those are actually mutually exclusive, and you can't combine them. People can hold contradictions, and I think someone like Thomas Aquinas did. He tried to combine faith and reason, or Christianity with Aristotle, but I don't think that can be done. I mean, you can try to have your cake and eat it too, but it doesn't work. All right, I'm just going to take at least a few minutes break, I think under 5 minutes, and then I'll come back and then we can engage at least a little more. And I guess I'll put on my break slide here. And I will write in the chat back, let's say it's now 9 p.m. exactly Pacific. So I will write on break back by about 9:05 p.m. Pacific. And now I'm just going to turn off my mic. And I'll be back in a few. And if you want the show to continue, I encourage you to chat so I have more to engage with when I get back. Okay. See you soon. All right, I am back. I see one new chat, or a couple new chats from Wade. He says, I, egoism, and we, altruism. Don't know that some of these can be divorced. Egoism is living for yourself. Altruism is living for others. And you don't have to do both. You can just be an egoist, or you could just be an altruist. Actually, maybe there's I don't think you can be a consistent altruist. So maybe there is a sense in which what you say is right. Like you have to have some amount of egoism. You can't completely deny your own interests and remain alive. You will go out of existence. So you can't be a consistent altruist and live, but you can be a consistent egoist. If you are completely concerned with your own existence, then that doesn't require you to go out of existence. And that doesn't mean you don't care about others. If you know Ayn Rand's theory of ethics, then you will know that other people can play a very important role in your own life. But that doesn't mean their interests are put ahead of your own interests, which is what I think altruism requires. All right. Well, anyone want to raise some topic in the chat? Or call in? Okay. Wade just did a new chat. Have you read any Ayn Rand, Wade? I seem to recall that you had not read Ayn Rand the last time we talked, but that was many months ago. I wonder if you've read any of her stuff in the meantime. The sense I'm getting from some of these chats or parts of what I'm reading here is that you probably haven't read Ayn Rand, because I think some of these points are addressed by Rand. These kinds of points you're making. Okay, you say no, you haven't read her stuff. All right. Well, maybe that's because you would rather just participate in a live stream where you can get interaction from someone who has read Rand. But I definitely would recommend it. I would recommend checking her out. You could do both, I guess. Check her out and also listen to my content. Let's see, do I want to say anything about that last one? You say yourself is largely inspired by others, language, culture, beliefs. I gotta advance. I'm trying to advance the chat here so it includes these latest chats. There we go. I think that's gonna work. There. I don't know why it shows that chat from me at the bottom, because I didn't just put that in there. If I refresh it, maybe it'll move. Okay. Nope, still down there at the bottom. I don't understand why it's down there. That chat was at 411. Why is it below the ones at 9? The economy is a collective endeavor. One's sense of self can extend into the community. Toxic egoism doesn't allow this. Well, Ayn Rand advocates rational egoism, not toxic egoism. I need to unpin the message. I shouldn't need to unpin the message because I've pinned messages in the past and they don't stay stuck in the bottom. Oh, but maybe that's because, well, I'll try it. I'll see what happens. All right, I just unpinned it. And see, here is that message. I'm going to pin it again and see what happens. It should appear at the top, not at the bottom. When I pin it, I'm going to try that. Message pinned. Huh. That's interesting. Okay, well, I guess it does appear at the bottom, at least when I'm in this screen. I have a different chat window where it always appears at the top. Let me go into that one, see if it shows up. No, in that one, it's also at the bottom. I have never seen that before. Is that a new thing? Did YouTube change their system so that when you pin a message, it always... Oh, well, on my phone, it appears at the top, the pinned message. Maybe it's only on the laptop that appears at the bottom. Okay, well, that must be the explanation. In the chat window that I was sharing, it was at the bottom. The pinned messages appeared at the bottom instead of the top. Okay, thanks for that tip. That was Jake, right? Pre-project. He's the one who called in and we had that very long call. I think his Zoom name was Jake and his name on YouTube here is Pre-project. I guess that stands for philosophy, religion. What was the other part? I went to his channel a while ago and I think it was spelled out there. Philosophy, religion, economics, etc. That's what pre is, which is the topic of his channel. Yeah, Jack says he's Jack. Yeah, he's the one I had the long call with. Okay, I'm going to unpin this message again, since I don't need it, since I have Google Voice working now. We don't need the Zoom link anymore. So I guess next time you call in, Jack, if you want to call back, you can do it now, actually, as a test if you want to test it out. I like to test these things. You can just come on for 5 seconds. You can try to call that Google number that's on my background and see if the Google Voice works. (657-233-0878). And Wade just did another chat. He says, oh, I guess there's a couple I haven't read yet. He says, I have a spiritual bend. Maybe you mean bent. To be honest, but appreciate the logical value. All right. And then you say, if you care for people beyond yourself, it hurts when they hurt and feels good when they feel good. The bubble of care can extend and recede. Ah, I hear it calling. I guess you can hear that too. All right, I'm going to pick this up. Hopefully it works.
From
Jack?
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Hello, Jack.
Hey, you asked me to test the thing.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Hold on a second. Let me just make sure it's coming through on my YouTube feed and everybody else is hearing it.
Okay, no problem.
Hello, Jack.
Hey.
All right. You can probably hear that too. Yeah. Okay, great. It's working now.
Okay.
So this is
All
the
right,
way
great.
I was hoping it was going to work when you first tried to call in, and it wasn't working for, I'm not sure why, which is why we did the Zoom. But next time you call in, if you want to call in again, we'll probably try to do it this way the first time around.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you.
All right. Thanks. Catch you later.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Catch you later. Bye.
I guess okay, he hung up. Either I can end the call or he can end the call, and I was waiting to see if he was going to end the call. Steven is back. He says, is this going to be one of your longest episodes? Actually, no. Well, one of my longest, maybe. My longest is like 9 hours and 44 minutes, I think. Today, I started streaming at 2, and it's now 9:19, so we're over 7 hours. But I've done streams. Actually, my last stream was over 8 hours. But this maybe is in my, I don't know, top 5 longest streams. I'm not sure. Top 10. All right, I was in the middle of reading Wade's chat. If you care for people beyond yourself, it hurts when they hurt and feels good when they feel good. The bubble of care can extend and recede. If it's all egoism, so be it, but make the circle bigger. Yeah, other people are part of your self-interest. Like if you have a friend or a romantic partner, you take an interest in that person. They matter to you. So they are egoistic values of yours. And if they weren't, you wouldn't care about them. If they didn't matter to you, then why care about them? you might actually think or they might actually think it's an insult if you say you don't care about them. If they don't matter to you, they might think, well, then why am I in your life? If you don't care about me. But other people can be egoistic values because they benefit you. And you, as you say, it can hurt when they hurt and feel good when they feel good. But I think that's consistent with egoism. It's an egoistic, there is such a thing as egoistic friendship. And one might argue that's the only genuine kind of friendship there can be. Because if it's not egoistic, if it's altruistic, then it means they don't really matter to you. They aren't selfish values for you or self-interested. They don't matter to you. You're just spending time with them or helping them out as some duty that you somehow got it in your head you have to do. Just carry out your duty. But if they do matter to you, then that means they are part of your self-interest, or their well-being factors into your well-being. I don't know if I was very clear on that, but I tried to convey some of Rand's egoistic perspective. Yet we do not owe the same degree of care to all people, right? Yeah, that's right. Depends on their proximity to us. Cross-reference Aquinas' Order of Loves. Ordo Amortis. Yeah, I've heard of that. I think that was actually referenced by J.D. Vance some months ago in a speech. He was, and I think he's a Christian nationalist, and I think he was trying to make Christianity, which promotes altruism, seem consistent with a policy of national self-interest. But I'm seeing a mosquito or some bug flying around here. That's why I'm a little distracted. If it gets close enough to me, I'm going to try to kill it. It's not in my self-interest to have this mosquito flying around. Okay. Oh, did I get it? No, I missed it. I was close. Hopefully not a sandfly, says Stephen. I don't know what a sandfly looks like. Oh. It got close again and I just lost it. But I did hear that Yaron Brook encountered some sandflies on his recent trip to Guatemala, was it? Somewhere in Central America. And they bit him a lot. Steve asks, do you like country music? No, I don't like country music. That's the one genre of music which I would say I dislike. At least almost all of it. There might be a very rare exception. But for the most part, no, I don't like it. Oh, it's a town on an island in Honduras, says Stephen. Okay. That's where he encountered the sandflies. I did watch that video, by the way, Stephen. The modern education, which you sent me. I don't know that I have a review in me, though. You asked if I could review that because you submitted some PayPal money. I don't know that I have much to say about it. So it was mocking or ridiculing some of the stereotypes about modern education. And you see there's a classroom of people. There's only 3 or 4 people. And I guess it starts out seeming like a math class. And the teacher asks, what is 1 + 1? And some guy answers 2. And then I think some other student pipes up and says, no. And she gives some, I don't remember what she says exactly, but the idea is there's no objective right and wrong, and like logic is just a tool of colonial oppression or something. These sorts of things you hear from some of the far left sorts of woke ideology, I guess. I don't remember exactly what she said. I'm just trying to come up with stuff that was in the general tone gist of the video. And I guess it's just meant to make it look absurd, some of this modern woke ideology. And I guess it does a pretty good job at that. Steven asked, he says, you didn't like the video? I mean, I guess maybe I had a mildly negative reaction. And as to why, maybe it's just because I thought it was giving too much importance to this woke absurdity, and this could just be subjective on my part. Like, I wouldn't go to the efforts of devoting who knows how many tens or hundreds of hours and how many thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars to produce a movie to make this absurd view of education, to make a movie about it. And I thought maybe what was underlying my at least somewhat negative reaction was that it was granting it too much importance or sanction to go to the length of making this skit. Maybe it was a lot easier to make than I realized. I'm not a movie maker, so this is not my final considered judgment. But I think I might have been feeling that, fly was getting close again, that I missed him again. It might have been giving too much importance to these absurdities to make a whole movie about it. But it wasn't super long. It was just like 7 minutes, so it's fine. I mean, you say you thought it was really funny. I guess I found it a bit disturbing. And this came up, I guess maybe this also came up with a previous case. It was, the Boris Spassky article that you asked me about. You said that was funny to you, and I had more of a reaction of, this is disturbing that there are just these arbitrary rules that people live under in Soviet Russia, and what if chess were like that? So maybe something similar is going on here, whereas you see more humor in it. I find it more disturbing that there are these trends in modern education. You say you like the part where the teacher says, Simon, you're white, cisgendered, and male. You only get 1 point. And he says it's only fair. Yeah, I forgot about that part of it. There's another, there are people of different races, and one guy's homosexual and Asian, and he has a disability or some kind. So he gets more points in the victim hierarchy or the oppression hierarchy. So they're deciding on, I guess, whoever gets the most questions right gets to go off on a field trip somewhere. And the guy who is answering all the questions correctly by an objective standard, it's in the name of equality. All his points that he earns by getting the correct answers are distributed to the other people in the classroom. So there's a kind of egalitarianism. And after they're all distributed evenly, that's still not enough. It's not like they're all going to the field trip together or the vacation. I forget what it was. Because some of them have special privileges because they occupy higher spots in the victim hierarchy than others. So if you're white, male, cisgendered, then I think you not only don't gain points, but you lose points. I think, didn't that happen? And if you're like a minority, a woman, not heterosexual, with a disability or something, then you get extra points. And so the guy who, I guess, seemed least intelligent and didn't get any of the answers right, he's the one who gets the top reward at the end. So it's maybe a kind of dark humor. Sometimes people say, well, it would be funny if it weren't so sad. And maybe that's somewhat what I'm feeling. Like, if stuff like this weren't real, then it would be funny. But that stuff like this actually happens. I guess it was exaggerated, but even if it happens in a non-exaggerated form, it can be really disturbing. It's my third try, and I missed the gnats again. Yes, less points, says Stephen. All right, so there's some thoughts about the movie. I don't know how much that was worth to you. So you can tell me if that, I don't know if that was worth $3, $5, $10. But you had a balance you had built up on PayPal. And I guess I said previously on the show, like, I could do a movie review and you could pay me after the fact. And based on what you think it was worth, I could deduct that from your balance of your PayPal balance. See, Stephen was kind. He paid, instead of using super chats, he did a PayPal contribution, which I appreciate because PayPal takes out a smaller cut. YouTube takes out 30%. So if you do a $10 super chat, I only get $7 of that. YouTube takes $3. But on PayPal, they only take out like 2 or 3%, I think, not 30%. So I get a much higher percentage. And I appreciate that Steven did it that way. Steven says, will $10 be okay? Yeah, that's great. So you've now got a balance of $20 left. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, John Finch just came back. Hello. And Wade put in a chat. Wade put in a chat and Jake also put in a chat. Let's see. Jake's was, who goes by Pre-Project in YouTube. He says, have you heard of dialetheism? The idea that there are some true contradictions. I don't hold to it, but interesting alternative view. I have heard of dialetheism. That's an alternative to classical logic, which I haven't read much about. I read a little bit about that when I was in grad school, but I can't say much about it just because I haven't read up on it much. I don't know if it's all nonsense or if there's any, at least grains of truth, grains of things worthwhile about it. I just can't say much about it. But I do think, in general, a lot of what passes for logic in today's academic world, I think is, I don't know if bogus is the right word, or pseudo-logic. I'm a fan of Aristotelian logic. Now, he was more focused on deductive logic. He has a little bit to say about inductive logic, and I think induction is really important, plausibly even more important than deduction. But Aristotle's logic, or classical logic, I think is great. But then there was a much more recent school of logic, starting with people like Frege and Russell in the late 19th century. Symbolic logic, it's sometimes called, which I don't have a high opinion of. And I think that is sometimes used maybe to provide a sense of pseudo-rigor. And maybe I would say the same about have a similarly negative view of dialetheism if I looked into it more, but I haven't looked into it much, so maybe I should just stop talking there about that. Let's see. Wade says the need for social acceptance is most prominent in young people, as they are naive to the unconscious drives that tug at their conscious life. I don't know about that. I think there is an outward focus that young children have at the very beginning, because they can't introspect. They're not even aware of other people as having their own perspective. Like when you're a child, you're just aware of the world and you're just looking out, and you're not conscious of yourself doing that. You haven't learned to turn in on yourself and introspect. You're just looking out at the world. So once you're at that stage, you have no conception of other minds. So you can't be concerned with social acceptance at the beginning. At a certain point, you learn that there are other people in the world like me, and they also are aware of the world. And at that point, they can start to become concerned with social acceptance, hopefully in a healthy way, not in a neurotic way. And there is such a thing as healthy concern with others. Like if you value somebody's opinion for good reasons, then I think it makes sense to be concerned with them. Not because they're some infallible supernatural authority, but because you, by your own judgment, have evaluated their opinion as worthy of consideration. So, whereas other people, maybe you don't care about, for good reasons, their opinion. John is using some Espanol there, speaking a little Spanish. Hola de nuevo. I saw some whales today, says Stephen. You know, they swim 12,000 miles every year from south of Baja California to Alaska. How do they know where to go? That's cool. Did you need binoculars, or you could just see them with the naked eye? I know there are some places off the coasts of Southern California where there are whale watching lookout points. But I don't think I've ever seen whales myself like that, just on TV. That's cool that you saw them. I don't know how they know where to go. Maybe they use temperature to guide them. They go there to get to warmer areas, right? Or maybe cooler if they're swimming. Let's see, you say they swim from south of Baja to Alaska where it's cooler, so maybe it's too hot for them to be down here in the summer. And maybe they come back when it's too cold up there. I don't know. Maybe they just follow the temperature. It's a lot about brain development. Saw them from a cliff in Palos Verdes. Nice. correct? The drive is unconscious like in other primates. Oh, the whales. You mean the whales drive to migrate is unconscious? Or are you talking about the social acceptance issue? The infant or toddler is unconscious? I'm not sure what that's in reference to. Unconscious of social acceptance, not unconscious, period. Do you find the deep sea interesting? Asked John. Yeah, at least to a certain extent. I'm not a marine biologist who is so interested that I want to spend my whole life specializing on it, but I'll spend a little time on it, at least. I remember learning that the Marianas Trench is the deepest place anywhere on Earth, or at least within the oceans. I mean, setting aside like trips to the core of the Earth, but it's 7 miles down from the surface, I think, the Marianas Trench, which is somewhere out in the Pacific, in the southwestern Pacific, I think. That's one fact about the deep sea I remember. And I think there actually might even be life forms down there, like jellyfish or something, some kind of jellyfish. I don't know if humans have gone down there. I know there have been capsules that go down to these very deep places, but I don't know if one went to the bottom of the Marianas Trench. All right, I'm starting to get hungry. So I think this is probably a good time to end the stream. It's been a long time. It's getting late. John says, yes, one has and observed life there. Oh, so okay. So they've actually been to the bottom of the Marianas Trench and they found life there. And then Wade elaborates on his chat. He says, we have unconscious drives that we become consciously aware of. These drives paint our actions largely. A child isn't as conscious of these unconscious drives, so they do dumb things more often. All right, well, I might start to do dumb things if I don't get some energy here, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to do dumb things, so I think I'm going to end the stream. So my next stream, I plan to do 5 days from now in typical fashion. So what day is that going to be? March 2nd, or April 2nd, I think. Thursday, April 2nd. Yeah. So hope to see some people there and hope you have a good rest of your evening. I have to close out. I need to go to a certain screen in order to end the stream on time. Let me see if I can do that smoothly. Appreciate it, Dan. Go well, says Wade. Thanks. Appreciate it. Have a good evening, or a good morning for you, I guess, because you're 9 hours ahead of me. Good night to some of you. Good morning to others. Good afternoon to anyone in between. And I'm almost at the place I need to be to end the stream. Here we go. All right. Thanks, everyone, for being here. Thank you for the super chats or super stickers. Thanks for all the chat messages. The people who called in, I guess that was just Jake. I think that was the only caller we had today. Hope I'm not missing anyone. Glad we got the Google Voice to work, and hopefully that'll go a little smoother next time. Thanks everyone who is watching this later, not live. I appreciate that as well. And I'll see you next time. Okay, bye everyone.